When they said women don't belong in the bush, we grabbed our binoculars and bush Bibles and showed them why they should shush. When they said women don't belong in game viewers, we jumped behind the wheel and their comments soon became fewer. When they said women aren't meant to wear makeup in the wilderness, we applied an extra layer of mascara and gave our best war cry. When they said women cannot change those tires, we grabbed our spanners and gave them a tutorial to admire. When they said women aren't meant to handle rifles because surely it will backfire, we showed them it's not that difficult a skill to acquire. When they said women don't know how to track animals, we found a leopard and, well, left them with chills. Now they say women do belong in the bush, behind game viewers, can wear their war paint in the wilderness, can change those tires, know how to handle rifles, are able to formidably track animals. We are women, lesser spotted Homo sapiens just like any other. We don't just belong, we dominate. Good morning, everybody, and happy International Women's Day. I hope everyone is having a wonderful morning, and I am super excited to be sharing this day with all of you. Of course, I'm one of the female naturalists, and my name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day, making sure we don't miss out on anything at Okokoyo as well as Djuma. And I am looking forward to hearing from you today, to spending this day with you, and just to have a wonderful journey all of this beautiful Women's Day. Remember, we are live, we are interactive, and I want to hear from you, so please do send through your questions, your comments, your suggestions, everything. I am super excited for all of you to give us a shout. But let us take a look at today's weather and see what we can expect. Now, I sincerely hope everyone is having a beautiful day so far. And please do let me know what you are looking forward to. As you can see, we've got a buffalo. It is not dead, it's just napping. I too look dead when I am napping. But I hope that we will get some action today. One of our awesome Wonder Woman from the Zumi team has notified me that there are quite a few cats around in the vicinity, so you never know. Hopefully we get some action today, but luckily we have got a buffalo so far. We are, however, just scanning around, seeing what we might find. But as I say, please do send us your questions, your comments, and even if you have a poem that you would like to share for Women's Day, you're more than welcome to do so. Gentlemen, we do still love you. You are not being left out today, so please do also get in touch with us. But hopefully we will have a wonderful day on Escape to Nature. Michelle, good morning. So lovely hearing from you. You are very welcome. Very, very, very welcome. It is always wonderful to share my thoughts and everything else with all of you. Leopard lover, good morning. You are very, very welcome. And thank you for your beautiful comments. Absolutely. Girl power. No, it's not going to be a day of boys drool and girls rule, I promise. Of course, we do recognize all of the gentlemen at Wild Earth, and of course, all of you wonderful viewers as well. But you are very welcome, and thank you for your comment, Leopard Lover. I just thought I would like to share that with all of you. Buffalo, hopefully you will wake up for us today. But I'm going to send you over to Nick and Karika so you can also wish us a happy Women's Day.
Good morning from Kariega. I'm so glad that you could all join us here this morning. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And we have got some stellar conditions today. Hot conditions. And last night we actually did have a little bit of rain. I'm not too sure how many mils, but I tell you what, the combination of the rain last night and the rain, what was that now, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I think 2 days ago, I would say it must be close to around 80 mils or so, so something quite substantial. So it's really good to see lots of water all over the place, lots of little puddles and things like that. And obviously that rain that we have had last night has cleared the air beautifully for us. Nice and crisp, nice and clean. I think a lot of our animals should be heading to the mud wallows today with the heat that we've got and all of the available water. That's going to be a good spot to go. Obviously there is plenty of it all around. So you'd kind of think that a lot of game would be kind of quite widespread today. And I'll tell you what, we've got an absolute diversity and abundance of game, and
thank you for joining us Escape to Nature. My name is Cedric Dole.
Sorry about that. We are back. And you are back with me, Lisa. But please do let me know, what are you looking for today? What would you like to see? But today, I will definitely be sharing some stories with all of you from my time being not only just a naturalist but also a wildlife enthusiast. I remember years ago when I went on my first safari, you would never have seen a lady on a safari vehicle unless they were a guest. Back in the day, it was not something that women used to do. It was a completely male-dominated industry. But luckily things have changed. But yes, I can tell you quite a few tales of comments that I've gotten for various reasons, and that is also, why I sort of put it in the poem as well. Women aren't supposed to wear makeup, women aren't supposed to drive, women aren't supposed to be able to change these tires. Especially at my previous lodge, if you were a ranger, you did everything, and that includes fetching your guest, accommodating your guest 24/7, hosting your guest, picking them up, doing their luggage when they arrive, when they leave. And a lot of the times you would actually have guests that say, no, we can't expect you to do it, like it's no. But luckily we have come to that sort of neutral ground and mindset where it's okay. Whether you are male, a female, if you are a naturalist, you are part of the team. The team. What is a team, Lisa? But yes, one of my, I would say my most interesting experiences was probably when a guest questioned that how can I be driving them to the lodge, doing their safaris, all of that. But I will get back to that in just a second. For now, I'm going to send you over to Madikwe so Cedric and Igor can say good morning.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, as you can see, we've got a beautiful male giraffe that's just feeding in one of the thorn trees, just enjoying a beautiful sunny Madikwe this morning. And we are just around the airstrip area, and we are definitely going to make our way around these areas just to see what else we can find later on. But thank you for joining us on our Escape to Nature, and I'm hoping that we can get you many great sightings for the morning and tell you a lot of information. Oh, did I just say that was it a male? It's actually a female. My mistake. You can just see the horns, the ossicones on top of the head, and another female as well. Two of them, just popping her head above the bush. Why I say female? Even from this distance, we are quite far away, and you can just see those ossicones are very thin with the hair on top of the horns, or we know as ossicones. And as well, the head is not so bony. It's not like the male. The male's got that real kind of, I can say, calcification protrusions and making the head much heavier. But yes. Well, I'm so glad to have you guys on Escape to Nature, and I'm hoping that we are going to have a good morning with everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera we've got Igor. So yes, thanks for joining. And happy Women's Day today as well. Happy Women's Day. Definitely a celebration for the ladies today, and I'm hoping that we are going to, well, we found our first ladies for the morning, and that of course is the female giraffe. So yeah, that is a good start for the ladies' day. And hopefully we can find some more ladies, maybe some female elephants and impala. Maybe some lions. You never know. You never know what the morning is going to bring to us. A little bit windy at Madikwe, so I do apologize if you do get a bit of wind coming through. As you can see, the grass is blowing quite a bit here around the airstrip area. But yes, I think, but there's no clouds, so it's going to be like a windy, sunny, windy day. But yeah, it's amazing how many giraffes you can get to see in Madikwe. I've been there on Djuma. We do get to struggle finding giraffes around that area. It is not as common as around here at Madikwe. And sometimes we can get herds up to about 15, 20 in a herd, and it's nice to see. Well, Nancy, as I just explained, the population is very good, yeah. It is quite a few giraffe. I'm not too sure exactly how many giraffe. It's difficult to say exactly the numbers, but the population is definitely quite healthy compared to Djuma and that. Well, look, Djuma can be. I mean, just remember that area is also that they don't have territories, so they pretty much got home ranges, so they move throughout the area, and they don't just stay in a set area. So, but yeah, definitely Madikwe's giraffes is plentiful this side.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
I don't know what it's seeing now. There's one or two impalas as well at the bottom, but we can't go see. Unfortunately, there is a vehicle that's coming, so I do apologize if you do see a roof of a vehicle that's going to be coming past. Of course, all the lodges are heading back, all the vehicles are heading back to their lodges for a good old breakfast. Good old breakfast and a good cup of coffee. I don't know, Igor and myself, we've got our coffee ready for the morning, so we are definitely set for the day. Alright, well, we're going to try and move on a little bit, maybe go to one of the dams and that. While we do that, let's head over to Lisa as she's sitting on the Djuma Dam Cam.
Thank you, Cedrico. I do want to apologize. I thought we were live earlier on with these buffalo. These are buffalo, wonderful viewers. The animals we saw initially at Okokoyo, those were not buffalo for various reasons, but buffalo don't occur in that area. But we've got two beautiful buffalo bulls in Gowrie Dam. And as I was saying earlier on, when I thought we were initially at Djuma, I apologize. We do apparently have a lot of activity in the vicinity. I know my ribs was around, and apparently there were some kitty cats around, and some buffaloes at the beginning of safari. Goodness, what is happening with my brain today? See, I'm getting so excited about Women's Day. But no, these are buffalo at Gowrie Dam on the Djuma Dam Cam. And they are just taking it easy, as you can see. They've actually come to say hello and happy Women's Day to all of us. But you can see the one on the right has actually got broken edges at his horns. So that could be for various reasons. Buffalo males do, of course, fight with one another during their lifetime. There's a lot of aggression going on in that time, and that is ultimately why they have what we call the boss, or the helmet on top of the actual skull, is to protect those silly brains when they are headbutting each other. Now, when that does happen, often they can really go at it and they can injure each other. Just like we saw the other day with the zebras, but particularly with this, it will be painful, but not as painful. It's more to the edge of the actual horn structure, and there aren't any nerves in that area, as opposed to the actual beginning of the boss or the helmet. There they will really, really feel it if it breaks off. I don't know who of you have seen that movie Maleficent. It's really the same concept. If just a piece breaks off, it's one thing, but if it completely breaks off from the actual nerve or the root, then it's definitely not going to be so much fun for them. I just wish they would show us their beautiful faces. Please, buffalo. But I would also like to know from all of you, what are these birds that we are looking at? We see them frequently on safari, every now and again on Escape to Nature. It is a fairly common species here in Djuma. What are these birds? And no, we won't just be doing quizzes today. As I said, I'll give you some tales of my experience as a lady in the bush. Some of them wonderful, others not so much. One of them being, I'll start with a bad one first. So, the one day, I went to the airport in Hoedspruit to go fetch my guests. And as my guests came out, I greeted them. We've got a name badge and everything so they can sort of see. And we've also got an actual sign for the lodge as well, so they can immediately recognize who they're supposed to go to. And these gentlemen came over to me and we introduced ourselves, had a good laugh, how was your flight, yada, yada, yada. And they said, so you're just taking us to the lodge? And I said, yes, I'll be taking you to the lodge, I'll be taking you on safari, and ultimately I will be taking care of you. And I promise you, there was literally, it felt like 10 minutes of silence. It was probably just 10 seconds, but this one gentleman looked very, very stumped. He didn't really realize what's going on or what I'm saying to him. So he said, okay, so he literally fell over his words like that. And he was like, sorry, so you're taking us to the lodge, and then who's taking us on safari? Who's going to be doing our activities with us? And I said, that will be me, sir. It is I, Lisa, your savior. And he said, but you're a woman. And I literally, I was flabbergasted. I said, yes. And he said, but you're a woman, can you drive? I said, I can drive, can you believe it? And he said, but you wear makeup. Yes. Are we getting to a certain point of this conversation, or? And he was so baffled. So eventually we went to the vehicle. I put their luggage in, and we sort of went to the lodge. I tried to make conversation and find out about, them. What do they do for a living? What do they want to see on their very first safari in Africa? And as we got to the lodge, this gentleman literally pulled my lodge manager aside, and he said, excuse me. Obviously, he thought he was out of range for me to hear, but I could hear. And he said to my lodge manager, why do we have a female guide taking care of us? And Stefan, my lodge manager at the time, said, no, Lisa's very capable. You know, she will really have a lot of fun with you on safari and everything. And this gentleman made a point in not having me as their ranger. And eventually Stefan said to them, all right, I'll tell you what. Go on afternoon safari with her. Go on her with morning safari. And if you're not happy, I will give you another naturalist. Anyway, we go on safari, and still this gentleman is very like, you know, he constantly asks me, do you know how to track animals? What is going to happen if we get a flat tire with this vehicle? Do you even know where you're going? How will we get back to the lodge when it's dark? All of that. And again, I'm not saying that is everyone in the world. This is just an experience I had. And so what had happened, I told him, okay, I tell you what. You think I can't drive? I'll do the whole safari in reverse. How's that? And initially he thought I was joking. So I ended up doing the first half an hour of safari in reverse, and he soon became much more comfortable. And we even saw a lot of great things on their first safari. And needless to say, by the time we got back to the lodge, you know, after doing some tracks with them, and not to prove a point, just because that's what we do. Not just as women, as naturalists. That's what we do. We educate, we entertain, we have fun with people out here in the bush. And yes, needless to say, when we got back to the lodge, he immediately ran over to the office to see Stefan, and he said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And Stefan just looked at him and he said, don't say sorry to me. Apologize to Lisa and enjoy the rest of your stay. But it just goes to show, and you know, that's not just the case I find with female guides in the bush. I find that we do that so often, just as human beings. We judge so quickly. We think so quickly that this person isn't capable of doing their job, or this person isn't capable of handling those tools. That woman shouldn't be driving that truck. But really, we are all equal. We are all, as I said, lesser spotted Homo sapiens, and we are all wonderful creatures. But again, that's just one of hundreds of stories that I can tell you. In the meanwhile, I'm waiting for your answers on what are these birdies. Not the big animals, we've established what that is. What are the birds that we are looking at? Vancy, your name sounds so fancy. You are saying water thickness. Are you right? Are you not right? Fancy, that's a good answer. I'm going to wait for one or two more to see if people agree with you or if they disagree. But you could be right, Vancy. You have obviously been paying attention. It could be something very similar to a water thickness. Let me know what are your thoughts. Is it a water thickney? Is it a plover? Is it something completely different? What do you think these beautiful birds are that seem to be having a chat with a buffalo? Probably discussing the mischief that they can get up to today, all of them together. What I can do though, Catherine, this one's for you. This bird in German, I apologize if I butcher it. Apparently, it is called a Wassertrill. Hopefully I said that right. But that is the German name for these beautiful birds. Since we were having a bit of discussion yesterday on where is everyone from, what are you bringing to our international pool party? Monique, good morning to you, all the way from Australia. Sand grouse. Monique, I can tell you it is not a sand grouse. It is a water bird. And in German, it is called a Wassertrill, apparently. Hopefully my app is correct. We'll just have to see. Catherine, if you are listening, please do correct me if I mispronounce that or if I'm not correct with a German name for this bird. Now, you're probably wondering, why do these buffaloes just sit like this? That must be so boring. First of all, this is very clever. So these are what we call two Dugger boys. Now, Dugger boys is generally, it means mud men, if you directly translate that. But these are your older males that have retired out of the bigger herds, that have stepped down for the younger bulls to take over in terms of defending the herd, and of course establishing the dominance. So they really just go around every single day, go to the pub, go to the diner, get a bit of breakfast, go play bingo later. But what they are doing right now is cooling off, but also this way, if a lion or anything should come towards them, it's easier for them to actually go into the water. Buffaloes don't mind water at all. I'm sure many of you have seen when they actually go deep into a dam or a lake or a river system. They really do not mind it, and they can cross it fairly easily, which is impressive again if you think about such a big animal being able to be so agile in the water. But we see that with elephants and with hippos and a lot of other animals. So should there be lions that come to harass them right now, what they'll most probably just do is go deeper and deeper and deeper into the actual dam. And for the most part, lions won't follow them. Lions aren't too fond of water and getting in too deep. But this is also just cooling off. Remember, buffaloes are also ruminants. They can regurgitate their food. People often call them the glorified African cows. So they really can just save their energy. You can see it's fairly overcast today in Djuma. And so they can just conserve their energy, take it easy, and really just cool off as much as they can. I suspect they'll probably be here the whole day. However, you never know. We never know. Jackie, you've got the same name as my aunt that lives in Sand. Which predators don't mind going into the water to chase their prey? First thing that comes to mind, wild dogs. Wild dogs are hilarious when it comes to water. They will really go. I'm sure many of you have seen that viral footage of those wild dogs that crossed the river in Kruger when we had all of that rain. Wild dogs don't mind at all. If you are not a squeamish person, definitely go look up some videos of wild dogs chasing antelope into the water. It's not always successful, specifically if there's a hippo in that water body. Not because the hippo rather wants the impala or something, but because hippos are territorial and they don't like anyone putting their feet in their water. So wild dogs, hyenas, spotted hyenas definitely. We've seen a lot of footage on Wild Earth specifically and on safari, where the hyenas literally just have some swim time in the water bodies, whether it's the dams or the pans. So hyenas definitely will too, even though we know that hyenas are predominantly scavengers, which would probably be me. I'll wait for something else to do all of the work and then I'll just go get the leftovers. I say that now, but yesterday I wasn't too impressed with Rolf's male lion that stole the lioness's kill. But I mean, that's different. She didn't even get a bite of it. But hyenas too, for the most part, scavenge, but they can also hunt. There's a big misconception that they can't hunt. They can definitely get their own food if they need to. Just like vultures. Vultures can also, if they really need some snack time, they can definitely get food of their own. So I would say hyenas, vultures. Again, lions and leopards can go into the water. I'm not saying they're allergic to water and that they'll start melting, but they're not very fond of it. But that being said, my previous game reserve where I worked, there was a leopardess that literally she would do what the buffaloes are doing. She would go lie on the shallow end of the water and she would just chill like that. She didn't mind water at all. So much like domestic cats, I would say, some cats hate water for the most part. And then you'll get that odd weirdo that loves being bathed, being sprayed with water. So it really does depend. Everything influences everything out here. Ron, you would like to know until when are these buffalo going to stay here, or are they likely to stay here for? Ron, I did ask them. I asked all of the animals actually, please give me a time frame as to where you will be today so I can share that with the viewers. But no, I'm just kidding, Ron. It really can vary. As I said, I suspect that they might stay here for the day, but that is weather permittent. If it stays overcast, I do think that they'll probably stick around. However, that being said, they might catch a smell or a scent of something and then they might decide to move off. We don't know with the animals. It really depends every single day, and a lot of things influence their movement, their behaviors, their dynamics. But if I had to take a guess, Ron, it's probably will be lucky for the whole day with them staying here, or them being likely to stay here. But again, anything can change. That really is just my own opinion. And sometimes, I do sort of wish that we could just actually know where the animals are going to be, what time, how long are they going to stay for. Especially the elephants, when they come along, I'm always like, oh, please stick around. But we'll have to see, Ron. Hopefully you will stick with us today to see what unravels here at Gowrie Dam as well as Okukoyo. I do apologize for the lesser spotted Homo sapien structures. We do need these to actually be able to control these dam cameras. And no, that's not me swearing. A dam is a water body. I remember another another encounter I also had was a very old gentleman. And I can't remember what exactly my phrasing was, but I also used the word dam, referring to a water hole on the reserve. And he very, very politely asked me, I'm so sorry, I know you're from a different culture and I'm in your country and everything, but please don't swear in front of me. And I said, no, dam, actually, that is what we call a water hole in South Africa. In Afrikaans, it's literally called a dam. So I'm not saying this dam camera, it's the Gowrie Dam camera.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
Now, as I said, this is a grey heron. It's a fairly common species, specifically here at Gowrie Dam, but we do see them quite often at a lot of our locations. I was just scolding it, telling it, why are you still busy with chicks? You should have done all of that before we went live. You know this. We did send an email, as we do every single day. You should be ready for action. Catch a fish or two. No, they really are fascinating birds, these. Hopefully we will see them hunting today. Or it, I should say. But that being said, here at Gowrie Dam specifically, a lot of the times we see one and then we see 2 or 3 more. So you never know what the heron activity will hold for us today. And we are back in the lovely Okukoyo with a lot of animals. How lovely. And of course here in Okukoyo we see a lot of animals, that both male and females have horns, just like we did with those buffalo now. The 2 that we saw just in Djuma, they were bulls, but the cows too have horns. Just like springbok, blue wildebeest, oryx. Those animals too, both sexes have horns. Now it is Women's Day, and today I will probably be talking your ears off about the ladies in the bush. I don't just mean the people, I mean the animals as well. But I always think about the sacrifice that animals make out here, It's really, yes, a lot of these animals, like the zebras for instance, they form the harems, and that stallion is in charge of the mares and takes care of them, and really it's his job to protect all of them. But when you look at something like springbok, the fact that all of these ladies know exactly which lamb belongs to her, the same with the zebra, but with zebras generally it's a little bit easier, because generally in a harem you will just have 1 foal a season. But the springboks, the impalas, the wildebeest, all of the ladies have a baby for the most part. But what a sacrifice these animals have to make out here. I often think about lions, leopards. I don't know how many of you know this, and I know every now and again we do get lucky with some lion cubs on safari. But a female lion, so of course, she forms part of a pride, whether it's a big pride or a smaller pride. And before she gives birth, she actually separates herself from the pride completely. Now, lions are just pregnant for about 3.5 years, or 3.5 years. Whew! That's longer than an elephant. 3.5 months. And then she will sort of separate herself from the pride, and she will have her litter. Whether it's 2 cubs, 4 cubs, they can actually have up to 6 cubs. But during that time, those cubs are so teeny tiny and vulnerable. If elephants find them, if buffaloes find them, for the most part, experience and research and history tells us that they will trample those baby lions. So she is then the only one taking care of those tiny teddy bears, for lack of a better word, because they really are, let's be honest. And she still has to feed herself. Luckily the cubs, they just drink milk, but mommy has to maintain her condition. That's why a lot of the times when you do see a lioness with cubs, she's not in great shape, because she's suffering, she has to now make her own kills, which is possible. But let's be honest, if you are part of a pride and you are now all of a sudden by yourself, it's not necessarily as viable as it would when you are part of your pride. And for at least 2 weeks to a month, she makes that sacrifice of staying alone with her little ones and constantly moving them, because she can't keep them in one area for too long. Eventually they become vulnerable. If hyenas even find them, they'll kill them. And that sounds horrible. I mean, lions do the same with hyena cubs. We've learned this. But the lion cubs will get killed. So mommy has to make that sacrifice. And, from time to time, she actually has to make the decision, Whew, all right, we now have to move again. And then only when she's ready and when she's now decided, okay, well, they are fairly big enough, then of course, she starts contact calling to her pride and they will reunite again. And if there's perhaps another female that's also lactating, then they are of course able to allosuckle the cubs. So just one mommy has to take care of everyone's babies. But to think that for that time she's by herself, hunting for herself and protecting her offspring is just phenomenal. And I mean, that's one of hundreds of examples that we see out in the wild. What a lovely day it is. And we are of course lucky to see all of these animals, but let's go see what animals Cedric is looking at.
Yes, so as we're sitting here, thank you, Lisa. We're sitting here with a beautiful male blue wildebeest, also known as a brindle gnu. As you can see, he's just lying in a little bit of a shady area and just ruminating. So as you know, that the blue wildebeest has also got that 4-chambered stomachs, so pretty much bring up the cud. And that's mostly with all the bovidae. So they are part of the bovidae family. So the bovidae family is all your antelopes, your cattle, your buffalo, all part of the bovine family. So they're part of the bovidae family. But yeah, he is just by himself here. And why he is by himself? Well, as male wildebeest, they are territorial. Comparing to the females that's in the herds, they've got home ranges, so they will move through males' territories. But unfortunately, this male hasn't got any females with him at this point in time. He's just relaxing here by himself and enjoying the cud, chewing away. And they are strictly grazers, just like your zebra, so they will go to certain areas for nice grazing ground. But I think where he is situated now, because this is a sodic area, so of course sodic sites, and it's very high in minerals. So when it's high in minerals, you'll find that the grass species, the trees, the little shrubs, not big trees, but usually the shrubs, so something like your guarri bushes, your tambuti trees, some of the acacia, the sweet thorns, they will grow around the sodic sites because of that high quantity of minerals. And it is very, very sweet. I can imagine the grass around here, very sweet grass. But I just absolutely love those stripes on this side. Adam. No, Adam, I think this is as big as they get. This is a fully grown male. So I know these horns is not going to, those horns of his is not going to grow any larger and longer at all. I think this is pretty much as large as it gets when it comes to the horn size. It's not like buffalo. Now you can imagine buffalo with the male buffaloes. They've got those big bosses on the top of their head, and their horns really stretch out and really get quite heavy. But with the wildebeest, it's not so much. Female's horns a little bit smaller compared to the males. Not a huge difference, but the big difference is, of course, will come into the body size and the weight of the male compared to the female. The male's about 20 kgs, 30 kgs heavier. Do apologize, there is a lot of wind here at the moment, so we are trying to duck and dive here from the wind. A bit of a windy day at Madikwe, which is nice. It's nice and pleasant. At least all Ego and myself, we can enjoy this breeze that's coming through. You can see the white ground on the back end of where the wildebeest is lying down now. So when I talk about sodic areas, It's pretty much it's sodium particles, so it doesn't cling like your normal clay or your sand particles. These sodic areas, the little particles itself, is very, very fragile. So you never really drive over it, or kind of, I can say, put a lot of weight on these fragile areas, because if you do that, if there's a lot of rain, for instance, and you've just driven over that area, what happens is that rain will start washing away all those little particles, and it will create a lot of erosion, so a lot of gullies, and it becomes quite a big problem. Oh, he's sniffing around, or maybe he's going to do his business there. So, of course, as he's a territorial bull, yep, he's going to do his pooing there. That's one way of making a little midden of his. Just like the rhino. Pretty much almost, if you look at the rhino and you look at the wildebeest, they've got almost kind of the same thing, where the males have got middens around their territory, and then the females, they do not have middens and they're not territorial. And then they'll just move through the areas. If they are very kind of, how can I say, if they approve of the male's area, they tend to stay much longer around that area. You can see still ruminating, still chewing on the cud. Chulu, I've got no idea what you just said there. Sorry, just please repeat that. I can't know that. It came through like, it sounded like a Boeing 747 that would flew above me there. Narissa, good morning. Do females engage in fighting? No, not the females. It's more the males. If it's another male coming into the area, and as they are territorial, so if another male comes in the area, he is definitely going to start. They make that's a funny noise, like and then when they do that, they'll actually, and if that other male continues approaching his area, and then of course he'll try and chase him out. But there's no, I haven't seen heavy wildebeest fights like sparring and all that. I've seen more of like if there's a dominant one there, the other one will just become submissive and just run off. And sometimes they'll have a good chase. I've seen them chasing each other for quite a distance. But I've never seen really wildebeest actually having a proper battle. That's definitely something. I know they do have. There has been sightings of that, where they go down low, almost like on their knees, their front knees, and then they'll actually sometimes battle it out with their horns and having a bit of a sparring session like that. But other than that, no, I haven't really seen females do anything like that, because they're not territorial, so they're not battling for areas, not fighting for areas. He's just gotten, no, he had to go right behind that bush. He's moved off. There was also some warthogs here earlier and impala, but looks like they all decided to duck very quickly. Oh, there's a little starling at the bottom there. It looks like a little Burchell starling that's trying to catch little insects around that side where the wildebeest is. Of course, many times when the wildebeest are moving around the area, they'll disturb the little grasses there, and of course that starling is going to take that opportunity to pick up whatever it can from the ground. And there's just another way, of course, you'll see that's just scratching around. There's another way marking his area. So if you see like the rhinos, how they drag the back legs through, see how the rhino goes down, the wildebeest goes down, and he'll just go. Sometimes plonk there, sometimes roll over. You'll see sometimes, oh, just went off. Sometimes you'll just actually do a little bit of a roll in the sand. Well, it looks like he's found himself a nice position there. Well, definitely he's found himself a little bit of a more of a comfortable spot there. So he's also pretty much like the ungulate size. So he'll have also he's an even-toed ungulate. So on the hoof you'll have 2 nails on the hoof. And of course, if you look at their tracks of the wildebeest, it's got a very typical, like a kidney shape hoof. Each nail, it looks like a kidney shape. It's a nice way to kind of really identify their spurs. But definitely a perfect area for them. Coming into this area, Madikwe, it's like with a lot of wildebeest, a lot of zebra around this side. But yeah, well, we're going to sit here. Let's head over to Nick to see what's happening in Kariega.
Okay, we've got our buffalo, which are making their way, or have made their way, to a slightly different mud wallow here. With this heat that we've got, it's quite understandable. And this is round 2. Remember earlier on this morning, they definitely did head down to one of the different mud wallows. So this is mud wallow number 2 for the morning. And this is a pretty small one. You can see how tightly bunched together these buffalo are. So in terms of diameter of this little mud wallow, I know we can't really see the water from this angle, but it's not all too big. In diameter, it's probably only 3 meters, 4 meters or so. You can see that buffalo that's just got out. Now it's really just the back legs that are covered in mud. And I feel like it's more of just like a bonus little mud wallow. So I feel like if this was maybe the first one that the herd was heading to for the morning, they'd head to a bigger one, because obviously for the whole herd to go into this one, it's not like everybody can go in at the same time. I'm definitely just gonna keep the camera angled towards the waterhole. There are quite a few more buffalo from the right hand side that are slowly starting to make their way towards the water itself, the mud itself. So I think it's definitely the place to be at the moment. I think there'd also be a lot more jostling for position if everybody was really eager to get into the mud. You know, if nobody had managed to kind of cool themselves down. But it's interesting to see how not a lot of these buffalo are really coated in mud. You know, like some of them, their back legs are kind of covered in mud, but it's not like their whole body is absolutely covered and protected by the mud. But you've got to feel for buffalo in the winter time when water's a lot more difficult to find. A lot of those mud wallows aren't as plentiful, they aren't as common. Obviously the feeding becomes a lot tougher as well. Remember, they are bulk grazers. So now on kind of the peak of summer, we can see on either side of the road how nice this grass is looking. And obviously they need to eat large quantities of grass each day to sustain their size. In winter it becomes a lot more difficult for them. But they take it while the going is good, feeding is plentiful, water is plentiful. Happy days for them at the moment. Yeah, Janet agreed. There's always something happening at Kariega. Always some type of animals around and about. Look at this, what a plentiful scene. So just in terms of exactly where we are, just to orientate everybody, we're kind of to the south of Scotia Dam itself. And just before we get to the big sort of hillsides and ridge lines and things on the southern side of the clearing, there's a little bit of a depression, quite a prominent dip, and we're down in this dip here. Where this is often a spot where a lot of the animals will come to if it does get very windy. It's a little bit more protected by the hillside. And it's definitely been a windier day here today. Even to start off this morning, the wind was gusting quite hard at sort of 5 o'clock, 5:15. So this is also not a bad spot for the buffalo to get out of the wind. They've got good feeding, they've got water here. So the pathfinders obviously led them here for a reason. It's not just like she's going to walk around aimlessly and kind of just come across an area by chance. The pathfinders obviously chosen this as being a really good spot for the herd to come. I kind of imagine that they will continue to stay here for quite a while. Do a little bit of feeding, and then I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do settle down in this area and kind of rest in this little dip, in this depression for the midday heat. I feel like the ruminant species are going to have a lot more of an edge compared to some of your other species today. They're not going to have to feed as long while the temperatures increase. This wind is definitely taking the edge off of the heat. But at the same time, it is hot. No humidity in the air though today, like there was yesterday. Remember yesterday, if you were able to join us on our sunrise safari and our escape to nature, we had a lot of barn swallows flying all over the place. And obviously that just happens with an increase in humidity. All of the insects stay close to the ground. But I think for now, let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Dankie, Nicolaas. I hope you see a lot of wonderful animals today, but you and Cedric are not allowed to see elephants before me today. I don't think that will bode well for us. No, I'm just kidding. See all of the elephants you want. Hopefully we all get some elephants today. That will be lovely. Oh dear. Can't you guys just share that little bit of fresh water, springbokkies? But as I said, actually all of these animals that are closely in frame, of course apart from the zebras, all of them do have horns. Oryxes, springbok and blue wildebeest, both male and female, have horns. And you tend to sort of think, okay, well, why do females also have horns? It's not like they do the actual rituals and have those behaviors where they do fight with one another. But they have to protect their youngsters, especially in vast open areas like this. It's really incredible, when we saw the first springbok lamb and then more and more after that. It was very, very fascinating for myself to see how the mothers would sort of move around And the little ones know just to lie still in one area. And then if mommy perhaps wanders too far, she'll sort of wait for the little one and she'll call it. Absolutely amazing. Just too incredible. But it's the same with the oryxes. Of course, their babies are a little bit bigger. But if anyone threatens or provokes or tries to do anything to the little one, that mother will go to the ends of the world to try and protect that little one. And it's difficult, especially when you are a herd animal. I often feel so sorry for these animals because if you are part of a big herd, like a lot of the general game, and your youngster has a problem, after birth perhaps with walking or getting up, or there's just in general a problem with the little one, then eventually the herd have to move on. And then that mother has to decide, am I now going to move with the herd, have their protection, or shall I stay with my little one? And I've had various sightings where both have happened, where mommy has actually moved on and, decided to rather go with the herd because that's safer. And unfortunately, the little one does get left behind. And I've had instances where that mother does not, for the life of anything, leave that little one behind. With giraffes, with impalas. Just absolutely amazing. But as you can see, just as an update, this water hole has still not been filled up yet. I think the conservation team is trying to push it as far as they can to hold out for some more rain. Generally, according to stats and history, the rainfall season in this particular location is from January up to April. And there are various man-made water holes, but there are also various natural ones. So I can guarantee you that a lot of the natural ones have actually run very, very low, if not completely dried up already. And that is why we are, as of late, seeing so much activity at this specific water hole. So hopefully, I really have been saying this for a long time now, but I really do hope we get some more rain. Not just in terms of water, because yes, the lesser spotted Homo sapiens can help out and fill up some of the water holes. But in terms of the animals, they don't want to, for the rest of the year, just eat yellow grass and have slim pickings at some rocks and soil. However, they are resourceful. They will if they need to. It's all about natural selection out here. But hopefully we'll get some rain for these creatures.
International Women's Day is on the 8th of March. In celebration, one of our all-time favorite female guides is coming back. Jamie Patterson will be hosting a special Safari Sisters Ask Me Anything. This incredible lady is a trained naturalist, qualified safari guide, and self-confessed bush lover. We look forward to hearing about her life in the male-dominated safari industry. Come with your questions ready to chat about being a wonderful wild woman of Wild Earth. See you there.
all right. Yes, my beloved Egyptian geese, we hear you. You can calm down. Fairy godmother is here. But what I would love to hear from all of you today, what do you think about women in the bush? Or just in general, you know, women that is in different industries nowadays. Of course, times have changed a lot. And I'm really, really thankful for that. You know, I used to be in construction as well. And this was literally the year before last year, 2020, 21? Yes, 2021. Not too long ago. But for a moment, I was a site manager, and you know, I had to actually manage a lot of gentlemen on site when we were painting and building and plastering and everything. And initially, I remember my first day, initially they thought, oh dear, you know, this is going to be one of those people that are just giving orders, doesn't really know what anything is about. And I have to say, yeah, by the second day, when I myself also picked up a paintbrush and also helped them with collecting the materials and carrying the materials to and from the site, they really did change a lot. But why did it take that, you know, to to sort of see that, oh, okay, well, you know, she is prepared to work. And again, I'm not trying to be a feminist diva today. I just think it's so wonderful that times have changed and that we are embracing it to the fullest. Perhaps you find yourself in a generally male-dominated place. Let me know about it. And again, please, gentlemen, please do keep your questions and comments coming as well. This is definitely not a girls rule, boys drool day. We are just absolutely embracing our womanhood. I remember the first time I told my father, okay, well, you know, I'm going to be working in the bush. I've never seen him that excited. We grew up going on safaris, and you know, my father's always had a mad love for the bush. And to this day, my father is so excited that I am actually bushbound, you know, still talking about animals and still doing all of that. But it comes with challenges, not just for women. Again, for any naturalist, there are a lot of sacrifices to be made, a lot of family time that you miss. But when you are so madly in love with the bush, none of that matters. It matters, but it becomes rewarding eventually. Sarah, you would like to know what advice I would give to any upcoming female naturalist. Whew, Sarah, I'm going to have to be very harsh. And I mean this with the greatest of respect and love to all women considering going into the industry. But please do not for 1 second, you know, because often I find that women are like, oh, but we're women, we're all equal, and you know, you have to treat us as equals. But as soon as it comes down to getting yourself out of the mud when you've gotten stuck in a sighting, or changing the tire of a Land Cruiser or Land Rover, you know, immediately they want to rely on their trackers or on their colleagues, because then all of a sudden, no, but I'm a lady, I can't do that. You cannot have that mindset at all. For me specifically, with a lot of the lodges I've worked at, to some extent, yes, they do realize and respect that you are a woman, but at the end of the day, you are still a ranger or a naturalist, and you are going to have to do what it takes to get yourself out of trouble at any time. If you are stuck, if you get lost, if you have a flat tire. I mean, for me personally, I think I've told you guys this story before, but the one time I had this absolute, let's just say he was a very arrogant person. And himself and his wife, actually. And we were on safari, and he said, "We've got a flat wheel. What are we going to do now?" And his wife threw an absolute hissy fit. We had just come from a rhino sighting, so we were luckily already out of the rhino sighting. And he said, "How long is it going to take for your colleagues to get here?" And I said, "Excuse me?" And he said, "How long is it going to take for your colleagues to get here so we can change the tire and get back to the lodge, because we are getting hungry now?" And his wife whispered to him, and she was like, "She probably doesn't even know how to contact her colleagues." And I was like, "Woman, what are you doing? Come on, man. Where's the sister love?" But I said, "Don't worry, I've got this." And he said, "You're going to change this tire." And she started giggling as well. I don't know, reflecting on it now, she probably thought she was his cheerleader or something. But I said to him, "Yes, I'm going to be changing the tire." And he said, "Oh, great. So we're going to miss breakfast and everything." And they made such a fuss about it. And I don't really, for various reasons, I didn't understand why. But I mean, the lodge where I was working at, it wasn't buffet. You ate when you got there. The chefs prepared your food whenever you got there, whether it was 9 o'clock or 12 o'clock. And they kept making these snarky remarks constantly. And eventually I just said to him, "You know what? I see you've got a very fancy watch there. Does it have a timer?" And he said, "What?" I said, "Does your watch have a timer?" "Oh, of course it does." And I said, "Well, I challenge you, time me." And literally, from getting the guest off the vehicle, because of course you can't change a tire with a guest on the vehicle. Not only is it difficult, but it's unsafe. So from them being off of the vehicle and me changing the tire, putting away the flat tire, everything took 4.5 minutes. Now, I don't say that to brag. Believe me, the first time I changed a tire in the bush probably took me 20 minutes. But it takes practice. Just like anything in life, whether you're a man, a woman, it takes a lot of practice. But eventually, as you go along, you get more comfortable. I remember the first time I did my official safari as well. I didn't know, how long do I stay in first gear until I can go to second gear. I just don't want the vehicle to make too much noise. And eventually you get so into rhythm. I'm sure you guys have seen this with all of the naturalists, not just the ladies, Tessa, Lauren, Ali, Sabra, Taylor, everyone. But with all of the naturalists, eventually it becomes such a natural thing to you. And again, I think it's so important for us to get that realization in life in general, with all occupations, with everything that we approach and do and set our minds to in life, is just do it. You're a human being. Even if you make a mistake, whether you're a man, a woman, a child, an adult, you are a human being. And you are perfectly entitled to do whatever it is that you love. Absolutely entitled. Monique, you are saying you're grateful that the world is slowly understanding what equality means. Do what you love. Absolutely, Monique. And that is, as I say, today is not a feminist rant and rave for me. This is not at all what it's about. I think, and I'm so grateful that we have finally evolved to such a mindset to know that it's perfectly okay to do whatever you want. Whether you are driving a truck, whether you are a nail technician, whether you are a naturalist, in construction, lawyer, teacher. I remember 2 years ago I made the joke, and this was on South African Women's Day, but my colleague and good friend Ruan also asked me, like, "So what are your thoughts for Women's Day?" And I said, "You know what? It's funny how the world has changed. A lot of men can do their makeup way better than I can, but I can change a tire a lot faster than a lot of men." And that really is so true when it comes to everything in life. Just do you. Don't think about, okay, well, this is not generally what women do, and this is not generally what men are supposed to do. Do you, and just don't step on people while you're doing it. Then everything will be okay. Just like these animals. All of them want water. All of them want some grass. They are all hot, humid, sticky, thirsty. And somehow they are all surviving and existing and thriving. Males, females, different species. They all look different. They eat differently. They have different gestation periods, and they have different ways of expressing themselves. But somehow they are all coexisting so peacefully. For the most part. I think we'll exclude the zebras for this time of rutting. So I don't know how many of you actually know the origin of International Women's Day, which of course we are celebrating today. But on 28 February 1909, the then active Socialist Party of America celebrated the first National Women's Day. And this was in commemoration of the 15,000 women that protested in New York against harsh working conditions, lesser wages, etc., etc. 15,000 women, can you imagine? Whew, that's a lot. But again, coming back to the animals and how we can admire them. We don't see any protests when it comes to animals. Yes, they rut, they fight, they sort of use their horns to establish the dominance, kick each other, bite each other. But when it comes to the end of the day, they don't care if you are male, if you're female. Of course, if you are female and you are giving some sense, some of the males will care a little bit more about you. But they all get along. All of these different species, they all look different. They eat differently. But whether it's male or female, they all look out for each other. Oh, just beautiful. This truly never gets old. I'm going to continue to admire all of these beautiful animals, males and females, and send you over to Nick, who's in Kariga.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, lovely morning here at Kariga as well. So I heard of buffaloes have started to settle down, kind of like we thought they might do. Remember we were talking about how it is a lot more protected from the wind here in this little dip where they are. So I feel like it's really a good spot for them kind of to take it easy. You know, we did mention the temperature starting to rise, so it wouldn't really make sense for them to keep moving. You know, they can rest up here, ruminate a little bit, and just take it easy. So remember with the herds of buffalo, it is the ladies, it is the females that are largely the leaders of the herd. So they're known as the pathfinders. So they're going to be making all the big decisions, all the executive decisions, in terms of when the herd's going to move, when they're going to stop, you know, where the best water sources to go, you know, where are the best feeding grounds and things like that. So largely it's going to be a lot more of the mature females, the older females who are those pathfinders, just because there's a lot of responsibility on those females. You know, she's got to lead them to good sources of water in winter time when it's tough to find. So the ladies really play an important role within buffalo herd structure. Remember, in terms of herds, you'll get sort of your breeding herds, and then you also get your bachelor herds of just males. So remember, usually those males will start to leave the herd once they've kind of passed their reproductive peak. You know, there's younger males that are kind of looking to start to take over from them. The big breeding herds like this one, they're usually moving pretty good distances, especially in winter time, from the best feeding grounds to the best water holes and mud wallows and things like that. And obviously for a lot of our older males, once they have reached the sort of the 10-year, 12-year mark, often by that stage they have been in a lot of fights. So there's lots of wounds that they've accumulated over a lifetime. You know, they don't really want to be moving those big distances. So they kind of start to separate themselves from the herd. You know, it's kind of that movement combined with the fact that there's a lot of younger males who maybe are in physically better condition than the old males. So that kind of starts to drive those older boys out of this breeding herd. And then that's when you often get your bachelor groups of just males forming, of those old cranky males. And because they are slightly later on in life, their hearing isn't as good as what it once was, their eyesight, potentially even their sense of smell. And that's where buffalo gain that sort of reputation of being so dangerous. You know, those older males, especially if you're on foot, you know, you've got to be very, very careful of those. Their fight or flight instinct kind of shifts, it changes. Maybe earlier on in life when they were in better condition and their senses were more acute, they would potentially pick up on a possible threat earlier. Whereas later on in life, they detect it a bit later. And when it comes down to crunch time, you know, they just mean business. They're not there to muck around. And you've got to be very, very careful of those slightly older bulls. But personally, I love those old guys. You know, they've got lots of scars and things like that. They've often got a very pronounced boss, you know, that horn structure in the center of the head. They've just got a lot of character. Michelle, thanks for the question. Yeah, most definitely. Kariega has just more than plains game. When was it now? About 2 days ago or 3 days ago, we were able to find the dominant coalition of male lions. So Kariega does have lions, both males and females. There are leopards that move around here. Obviously quite tough to find the leopards because they are moving in and amongst the predominant biome, which is the Albany thicket, very dense, hard to try and follow or even pick up a leopard in those thickets, but they are here, they are around and about. I did see some tracks of a male leopard not so long ago, and I know some of the guys have seen brown hyena as well. So there are most definitely more than your typical plains game. But I feel like today is a cooker of a day. I was thinking about potentially trying to look for the lions earlier this morning, but it has turned out to be such a hot day that I don't think there's going to be much point in trying to find the lions today, just because it is so hot. They're going to probably tuck themselves into quite a dense thicket, try and remain as cool as possible. But for those of you who were lucky enough to be with us, to be able to tune into Wild Earth yesterday here at Kariega, we did manage to get a beautiful big elephant bull by one of the waterholes. And he kind of did a bit of feeding around there. Maybe I'll continue to move from waterhole to waterhole and potentially see if we can't find some elephants today as well. You know, similar to the buffalo, they'll also be slapping a bit of mud onto themselves, trying to remain cool. But that big bull that we saw yesterday, he was an absolute beaut. But there are definitely female elephants, youngsters and things like that as well. So there is a wide diversity of species that we can find here on Kariega. Now it looks like everybody's moving off from the mud wallow here. I enjoy this particular buffalo that's moving to the left. Look at the mud on the side of the legs there. Oh, a little bit of animosity going on there. Just trying to have a look and see. That was a bull, that is a male that chased that other one. You kind of think it would potentially be a female that was kind of trying to chase off a male from her calf, not from getting too close to her calf. So that was a bit of interesting interaction to see there. Earlier this morning on Sunrise Safari, we did have some zebras chasing each other, and they were putting quite a show on. It was actually really nice to see, getting their morning exercise in. So I'd say the majority of the herd looks to be settling down now. Obviously still one or two moving around. I think a few of the members of the herd have moved off from that waterhole, and I think everybody's really just going to be selecting a spot to settle down for the midday heat. So that's really, really interesting to see. You know, you take a look at even something like lions, you know, when it does come down to the hunting, you know, your lionesses are pretty much spearheading the hunting effort. You know, obviously something like a male, he's physically bigger and stronger, and he's going to help with something like trying to target buffalo, which is a big and potentially dangerous animal to be hunting. But those lionesses are largely going to be spearheading the attack, and, you know, determining when they should hunt, when they should, you know, maybe stay in the thickets and wait for a better opportunity before they do start to move. Oh, we are definitely hitting the jackpot here today. I've got another treat for everybody here. some rhinos moving through the area. Buffalo and rhino all in one frame. There are some ostriches right at the top of the frame, but they're going to be cut out a little bit, I'm sure. It's such a nice diversity of species that we're having here. You know, if you think of your safaris, you know, your typical safari times is, you know, your morning drive and your afternoon drive when things are cooler. You know, and if you look at that, why that happens is largely because of the heat. You know, you're wanting a lot of activity from the animals, and obviously when it's very hot, a lot of your species kind of hunker down for the midday heat. Lions, leopards, pretty much all of your cats at this time of the day are going to be resting, you know, largely. Obviously there'll be exceptions and things to that, but largely they'll be resting. But you know, if you look at the other end of the spectrum for animals like buffaloes and rhinos, you know, this is actually a really good time, an efficient time of the day to be out and about trying to see what they get up to. Carol, 100%. These Kariega scenes never cease to amaze, never cease to produce the goods. Really, really nice sighting. See, those rhinos have been having a mud wallow as well, that one in the front. Quite an orangey colour there. You can see it's dried up completely. So maybe early this morning they had a bit of a mud wallow. With it being so hot today, that would have dried up pretty quickly. So I don't think that rhino had a mud wallow yesterday. I would say that was this morning. Janet, thank you for the question. In terms of interactions between rhinos and buffaloes, it's pretty chilled out. You know, they largely accept each other. You know, you can see how they are relatively close here, and neither rhino nor buffalo are really concerned with each other. You know, yes, they are both grazers, they're both feeding on grass, but there's no shortage of it at the moment, you know, so there's really no reason for there to be animosity. Yeah, sometimes you get a cranky individual every now and then, which, you know, kind of causes a little bit of trouble, and there might be a bit of huffing and puffing and, you know, staring and things like that. But other than that, it's largely a very peaceful type of relationship. So with that being said, that is the relationship between white rhinos and buffalo. I feel like black rhinos being a little bit more feisty in terms of behavior, of natural sort of, you know, countenance, if you want to call it that, is they're a bit more boisterous, they're a bit more on edge. So there still is never going to be like a massive fight going on between buffaloes and rhinos. But at the same time, you know, a black rhino does have a lot more feistiness to its nature compared to something like a white rhino. Oof, there is a big bull here. Let me see if I can pan across and show you. Looks like he might actually have a wound on his ear. He's checking us out here. Yeah, looks like he's potentially making his way to the herd, I'd say. So he's obviously found himself another little patch of mud. Look how absolutely covered he is in mud. Little horning session of the bush there, which is quite common for a lot of our males. Remember, they do try and sort of accumulate a lot of shrubbery and things like that on their horns. Peacocking for the ladies. Fancy dress party. Yeah, here we go with a bit more of that horning action. So it's almost like a passive sign of dominance to other males, having a lot of that shrubbery on the horns. Ali, in terms of individuals possibly losing the herd and trying to re-found that herd, sense of smell is going to be a really good one. You know, obviously human sense of smells is very weak in comparison to a lot of the animals that we have out here. So that individual will more than likely try and pick up the scent trail of the herd and try and locate the herd from there. So I would say that is going to be the main sort of tactic that it will use. And then obviously in an open area like where we are now, the Scotia Dam clearings, they'll definitely use their eyesight as well. Remember, they do have really good eyesight and they'll take advantage of that. But I feel like the main one will be the sense of smell. You know, with 40 odd buffalo around, they're going to be leaving a lot of scent behind. You know, I'd actually love to see like some type of study done. I mean, I have no idea how they would do it, but that you know, kind of puts into better perspective how great the sense of smell of a lot of these animals are. In terms of, you know, you get like thermo cameras and stuff like that you can visually see quite clearly, you know, how things are done. The rhinos just making their way through the herd. Hey, we've got some manyalas in the background here that have come to say hi. Look at that. Go up a little bit and we do have our ostrich right at the back there. So it is all happening here at Kariega today. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Hey, and it's just a beautiful day to be out and about. You know, the sun is out, the rain has kind of finished that we had from yesterday. And it's just amazing just to watch everything that's going on. You can see how we've now got quite a few of those barn swallows that have started to fly around. I'm sure you can see in the frame some of the small birds that are darting from place to place. Those are the barn swallows. So they're potentially using these buffaloes as a little way to try and find insects as they get flushed out of the longer grasses and shrubs and things like that. But I think for now, let's take you across to Lisa and see what she's got.
Thank you, Nick. Not much. The buffaloes have sneaked off. Myself and Karen Alzumi missed it, so not sure where they went. They evaded us very sneakily. But furthermore, I am just browsing around to see if we've got any spotted catties that might be lurking about. You never know. Sun is coming out now, so it might be heating up a little bit. But you never know. Literally, yesterday, Rolf had 2 lions midday. Yes, it was a little bit overcast, but we tend to think lions won't be active out in the open in the middle of the day. And they were. So I am being very hopeful. You never know. Perhaps Marips is not too far away, wants to come say hello to us. I truly like him. He's a very, very interesting cat. I always find it so fascinating when he does the sticking out the tongue. I always take a screenshot and then I send it to my friends and family. I think it's the most hilarious thing. I have never before in my career or experience seen that with any leopard. But I'm just being hopeful and positive. You never know. We should not be demanding when it comes to Mother Nature. However, sometimes it's good to just whisper some positive energy and, some requests that you might have. And every now and again, she does actually bless us. So you never know. Well, you guys look fairly relaxed. And this is probably one of the easiest African species out here to differentiate between male and female. You can see he looks completely different. He's fluffier, he's darker, he's got a lot of shades to him. And he's got those majestic horns. Why do you keep looking into the drainage? Is there something there? Well, if you are heading that way, I hope for your sake that Marips is not there. Just trying to see if there's any movement from the birdies. But I don't see any. But remember to keep your questions and your comments coming, please. I would love to hear from you. Ultimately, we are on safari together, technically. So please do send through any questions, any comments you might have. Today is International Women's Day, so if you have any comments for myself in particular, being a female guide in the industry, or perhaps just about me as a female in general, you are welcome to ask us. Or if you have any questions about the animals, about Juma, about Okokoyo. We definitely love hearing from you. Perhaps you've got an experience that you would like to share with me. Or if you just want to tell me who's your favorite naturalist and why. I was thinking about it yesterday. I know we asked this question on social media. And when I think about it, we really are all so different. I mean, Tessa, Jamie, Ali, Kelly, Lauren, Taylor. Did I say Taylor? Jamie. Ooh, there's a lot. Actually, way more than I realized. Sabra. And you know, it doesn't just have to be present naturalists. You can let me know. Perhaps there's a sighting or a lesson or a moment that you had with one of the Wild Earth female naturalists and you want to tell me about it. I would definitely love to hear from you. While we wait for a cat to make its appearance, because now everything has calmed down again at Juma. What is that? Tis a starling. A lovely starling in the bush, hiding. Alrighty, I'm going to summon the animals, send my emails once again, because apparently no one received it. But for now, I'll send you over to Cedric in Madikwe.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. And yes, as we are still sitting at one of the watering holes called Skoko Pan, and we've got a nice herd of wildebeest that's just hanging around here for the morning. Many times you'll find as well coming closer to water areas this time of the day. Once the day starts heating up, come down for a nice drink. And I also had some of them not too long ago as well, sandbathing. And sometimes I'll use these pans. That's very nice and clayish. Use these pans to do a little bit of a sand bath. But it looks like they have now finished off, and I think they're going to look for some shade around the area. As it's a couple of nice shady acacia trees. It looks like some of the scented thorns that's around this area. Beautiful. I love those acacias with those long white thorns. But they do offer quite a bit of a shade for these wildebeest, and actually for most of the animals around here. Yeah, if any of you got some amazing video clips or some nice videos that you've taken of some amazing interaction with animals or sightings that you've had and encountered, please, if you want to share it with us, please go onto our wildearth.tv website, and just if you want to find out more about it, just go onto the content creator and you will find out more about all those amazing things. Like you can actually win amazing prizes from it, and as well earn some money from your content. Plus you can also have your credits shown on your clip that you have sent through to us. So that is for the user generated content. Talking about that, now looking at the wildebeest now, many years ago on a property called Cheetah Plains, we had a female wildebeest, of course, giving birth, and that usually happens right at the end of the year. We usually call them the December or the Christmas babies, and we were very, very fortunate. It was on the open plains of Cheetah Plains, and we got to watch the entire birth process of a wildebeest, which was fantastic. It was something really, really special. And you can see in this herd of wildebeest, there's a lot of little calves around here. So they've definitely had all their calves. It looks like some of them maybe about 2 months old, 3 months old. So I won't be surprised here, maybe November, December, beginning of December, they'll have their calves here at Madikwe. You can see, now and again you'll see a calf picking up its head. You'll see the horns is not, hasn't started bending yet, so it'll still got those very straight horns. You can see one on the left hand side. A little one standing next to Mama. 2 youngsters. And after around about maybe 9-10 months, the horns will start, of course, bending out, and they'll start getting that typical wildebeest look to them. I was speaking to one of the guides the other day, and he says you can imagine how much grass it is that's around here at the moment. She said that there's usually this time of the year there's not much that's it's not as thick as it should be now, but it just shows you they had good rain around here Madikwe areas over the last several months. So that's good. Good for this area, good for the animals, good for the watering holes as well. And definitely you can see that a lot of these animals are in really good condition and good nick. So definitely good that there's enough grass around here. Sorry, Chulu, you're saying I didn't copy a thing there. Gail, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, I think it's around about maybe 3 months, 2 months. I mean, I know they start off as like a very reddish, like light brownish color. And the idea for that is when they are born and they've got that coloration, at least they can blend in. If there is any predators around, they can just really kind of tuck away in some grass or something like that, where they can at least just kind of blend in with that surroundings. But after about 2 months, 3 months, they start turning to that more of that dark chocolate color that you do see on the adults, and it's quite pretty. It's nice when they get, but it's beautiful when they actually are born. I love it. I love that light brown color to them. I think it's beautiful.
Full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
can see the female. Oh, she's also just coming to lie down next to the male there. But not a very old female. It looks like maybe like a sub-adult. You can just see so the horns have started curling, but they haven't gone really that far out as an adult female. More like a sub-adult, maybe like 2 years old. Maybe not this year's, or not last year's calves, but the year prior to last year's calves, yeah. But they are beautiful. I like sometimes just sitting with them and just watching them. And it is amazing, especially when it comes to the youngsters, early morning, late afternoons. And you get the calves, get full of beans, and they start chasing each other around and really kind of working their muscles and just kind of getting a little bit of that, how can I say, that workout in and that exercise, as to in case one day that they have to start running away from lions or some sort of predator. And I think Madikwe has done so well, definitely with animal population. When you really drive around here and you take a look at this area, the abundance of all species around here is just amazing. It's when it comes to wildebeest, zebra, impala, giraffe. There's so many different species around here, and it's amazing how this reserve is thriving with such a diversity of animals, and how everything works so well. Yeah, I mean, they had that amazing relocation of animals. I think the largest in the world, and still to date, of when they created this reserve 30 years ago. They had a relocation called Phoenix, Operation Phoenix, and when they brought all the animals through to this area about over 30 years ago, and it just shows you how well this is done now. All these watering holes, everything is really, when it comes to self-sustaining, definitely it is working to the T. But yeah, while we're going to sit here, while we're going to take a look around this, see if anything else is going to come down to the watering hole, let's head over to Lisa.
Thank you, Cedric. From your wildebeest to my wildebeest. And we've got the Abdom storks arriving now, who we have gotten to know over the past few weeks. The seasonal migrators. And then we've also, as always, got the zebra and the springbok around. It really is such a beautiful day in Ukokoya, and I really am excited to see what animals are going to be coming today. You know, it really is expect the unexpected whenever we go on safari. When we are at Ukokoyo, when we are in Madikwe, Amakala, Kariga, Djuma, wherever we find ourselves, and whichever time of day, whether it's escape to nature or safari, that is the very, very exhilarating thing. We never know what's going to happen. Could a wildebeest and a zebra befriend each other today? Is there going to be another silly springbok that falls into the inlet of the waterhole today? My springbok from yesterday was fine. It happened very quickly, but it came back very quickly from that. But if you are not familiar, I know many of you are, but all of these birds that are arriving now are called Abdom storks. Fairly interesting birds. I myself have been getting to know them. I've read a lot about them, I've heard a lot about them, but seeing them here in Ukokoyo was actually my first time ever. Which is always, specifically with birding for myself, you know, it's always exciting when you see a new bird. I remember the first time I saw a purple-crested Tsirako, I nearly threw my guest out of the vehicle, braking so hard. Ooh. Mabel, you would like to know if I've ever seen this waterhole completely empty. Mabel, so I've only been with Wild Earth since last year, September, October. I always have to think about it because I freelanced first and then I became permanent. So no, not yet, because we have in the meanwhile also had some rain. When I initially started, this waterhole was very full. So no, not yet, Mabel. I do suspect it will probably happen sometime this year, but as I say, I don't know that we... I also don't want to say that, because you never know. But this is a man-made waterhole. So if need be, the conservation team will monitor it and they will fill it up for the animals if the rain is not sufficient. But not yet, Mabel. However, I can tell you this is the lowest I've seen the levels. I've experienced this waterhole much fuller, but it's not becoming that dire yet. You can see the animals are still able to go in and actually get themselves wet, cool off. But if it continues like this for the next few weeks without rain and without filling it up, you will rapidly see it dropping, as we have been the past few weeks. But hopefully that doesn't happen. Of course, you know, before a conservation team, every reserve and park is different, but before man-made waterhole gets filled, there has to be research done first. And when I say research, they have to make sure of the other waterholes, see how much water is left in the rest of the park. Because you don't just want to constantly keep the waterhole full. The animals become spoiled that way. I know it sounds horrible, but unfortunately that is the way it has to go. We have to push nature to let her do her own thing as far as we can, and then we'll sort of help the animals from there on out. But just look at all of these birdies. I wonder how many will arrive today. We've been seeing literally hundreds of them, if not thousands. And what they do is they come perch next to the waterhole. It's always hilarious when you've got a jackal or an elephant coming past, because then they immediately clear a path. But for the most part, the other animals are perfectly fine. They sort of just move in and around them. As you can see on the other edge of the waterhole, the impalas, they all coexist. I don't know which of these storks are males, females. They do not care that it's Women's Day. They are all just doing their own thing, getting to the water, getting their food and enjoying each other's space. I think these springbok are hilarious on this side of the waterhole at the actual inlet. You'll see a lot of the springbok, there's like a small little man-made structure. That is where the actual inlet is for this waterhole. And the animals know that, so that's why they often go there and steal some of that fresh water. But please do stay in touch with us. If you've got any questions for us, whether it's for myself, Nick or Cedric, you're more than welcome to send them through. If you specifically want to ask me something about being a female naturalist, you are more than welcome to do so. And if you've got any comments, perhaps you've got an experience you would like to share with me, I would love to hear from all of you. This is truly what I love about Escape to Nature. And of course our safaris, you know, it's very interactive and we get to share everything with all of you. But it's also a two-way relationship, you know. You ask something, we answer it. We ask something, you answer it. That is really what I love. But specifically about Escape to Nature, we really are just taking our time and observing the animals, learning about them, getting to know all of them, specifically at Upukoya. I'm loving getting to know the elephants. Yesterday I actually saw, I think for myself it was a new elephant bull. He was much younger than the ones I've been seeing. And it takes time. Everything in life takes time. I remember my first reserve that I worked on. So when I initially entered the industry, I was an administrator for the game management department. So I was doing, all of the HR and payroll and all of that. But in my spare time, I love to go out with two of my friends. Their names were Simone and Jolene. And they were actually studying, I can't even remember what they were studying. I think ecology or something like that. And every single day they had to go out and make sure all of the rhinos are okay and they are in good condition and safe, as well as the elephants. And I remember the first few times I went out with them on my weekends or on my off time, I was so impressed. We were very young at the time and they were two very fragile, not fragile, but like smaller ladies. And they were picking up, 50 kilograms of bags in the winter time. We would every now and again just put out some extra food for the rhinos and the elephants because the reserve would become very, very dry. And sometimes there were a lot of fires as well. And it was so impressive to see, how they would just easily pick up this 50 kilogram bag by themselves and just go at it. And learning the roads, that too is a very interesting thing when you are entering the industry, wherever you find yourself. National park, private game reserve. You always have to learn the roads first. And that's always a very interesting thing. But you get used to it. Whether you're male or female, you get it done. But the best way, to learn, I have to say, and pardon my giggling, I'm just remembering a few times I did get lost. But the best way to learn is to actually just get thrown in the deep end and just try to swim. I remember one of my favorite lodges that I also guided at. I had training for 2 or 3 days. It was something ridiculous like that. And one of the other naturalists, unfortunately, had an emergency, so they were short one ranger. And I apologize if I'm talking about ranger and naturalist. It's the same thing. We are all qualified field guides. But yes, then they said, Lisa, by the way, you're getting your new set of guests. They should be arriving on the 1 o'clock flight. And luckily, at that lodge, we did work with trackers, which is someone sitting on the front of the vehicle, and they help you look for tracks, they help you with the roads, they help you with preparing snacks and things like that for the guests. But I remember the one evening or the one afternoon I dropped Ricky off and I said, all right, you go look for the animals in the bush, because that's what they do, they get off the vehicle, see if they can find the animals, just like our naturalists do as well. And apparently I had somewhere took a wrong turn, but I did not for the life of me know where Richard was. It was getting dark, I didn't know where I was. And eventually we found each other again and had a sundowner stop and carried on. But that's probably one of the most exciting times when you start on a new reserve and you have to learn the roads. It takes a little bit of time, but you get used to it fairly quickly. I always say, you can literally put me in the bush and I will be able to tell you where's north, south, east, west. But in the city, oh dear. My better half as well, when he's telling me, okay, you have to take this road and this road and that road, and I have no idea what you're saying. Please just give me the bush and I'll know exactly where I am. But gentlemen, today I do want to put your mind at ease. We can't live with you, we can't live without you. And just like well, we should say most of these species that we see on wild earth, we do need you for reproduction and to take care of us and to protect us against the predators. Just like these springbok need the males to take care of them, to give them babies a new life. Just like the zebra mares need their stallion to take care of them. However, I don't agree with that dynamic. That wouldn't work for me. Now, of course, zebras do have the harem structure, with the stallion being in charge or being the protector. And then you'll have a group of mares. But generally, and I say generally a lot because it doesn't always happen that way, but for the most part, those group of mares will have hierarchy within the harem as well. So for the most part, there's just one mare every season that gets mated with. It's sort of like a first wife. See, that wouldn't work for me, no. The whole harem thing wouldn't work for me either, but... So that is why, during this rutting season, we are seeing a lot of the stallions going at it, kicking each other, biting each other. But sometimes you will also see the ladies having a bit of a tiff and getting rather nasty with each other, which I don't blame them for, as I say. Imagine going a whole season and there's just one of you ladies getting attention and getting mated with and producing a foal. I'm wondering if we are going to see some more storks. It seems like every now and again we've got some more arriving. We'll have a look-see and I will keep you posted, but for now I'm going to send you back to Cedric in Madikwe.
Thank you, Lisa. As you can see, we've got some warthogs that's just come down to the little pan, to the little wallow, and to take a little bit of a drink. I was actually hoping that they were going to come and wallow in here, but so far it doesn't look like it. It looks like Mom might be her previous daughter, and then you've got 3 little piglets. How cute are those little ones? Most of the time they'll have 4. I've got 4 teats. Off they go. Don't go. No. They're so cute. Watch how they're just running after Mom and keeping up with him. And they are going to disappear now into the thicker areas. But also, just like the elephants, they love wallowing. That's why I thought they might have a little bit of a wallow here. But I think the day is not hot enough for them to really just jump into the mud. I think maybe just more for a drink. Alright, looks like they have disappeared as quick as they came, as quick as they left. There's some nice butterflies around the pan. I'm trying to look at some of the butterflies, but fortunately the wind is not playing with us at the moment. There was a lot of little white butterflies coming down to the watering hole here. and just to gather like some minerals and some moisture from the area and from the mud itself. So you can still see them fluttering around here. I'm not too sure exactly what kind of butterflies are, but I know you get those processionary butterflies that do come in their thousands into these areas, and they'll move all the way east to eastern parts of South Africa. It looks like they just disappeared there now. Of course, and then that's like, oh, there, we've got a whole lot there. Yeah, well done, Eagle. Because they're so small, you can't see them. But now you can see them all gathering around the muddy areas. They're more like a greyish tinge. Oh, there's beautiful, isn't it? So the one who's opened the wings then now. It looks like, almost like a yellow pansy. The one far left, it's got that little bit of a yellow-orange colour. It looks like a yellow pansy to me. And there's some bees there as well, so bees are gathering some moisture, some butterflies. So definitely the smaller things around here are quite active. It's amazing, sometimes you just sit here and don't see them. Just use a camera just to zoom in here and you get to see all these amazing little critters here. Jasmine, yes, definitely. I think the yellow pansy is beautiful. We also get the blue pansy. I'm not too sure if we get the blue pansy here at Madikwe. The yellow pansy is beautiful. Don't get me wrong, it's beautiful. But I've got a bit of a thing about the blue pansies. It's got that black with the blue kind of circles on the inside of its wing. And also very, very pretty. Many times you'll find the pansies, they enjoy a lot of the plants around here. There's a certain plant called the poison apple, and it's got that beautiful purple flower to it. And many times you'll find these yellow pansies and the blue pansies actually go and sit on the poison apple. Oh, we've got some poison apple right here next to us. You can see that striking yellow center with that purple petals surrounding the center of the flower itself. And you can see the little apples inside, deep inside of the bush. You can see their little green, yellowish, round fruits. So that's known as a poison apple. Very poisonous to us, so of course we cannot consume a poison apple, hence the name. And even the flower itself, it's almost like an indicator showing it's like, this is a poisonous plant. Having this a real kind of a star-shaped flower with that yellow center, almost saying, do not feed on me. It's quite an invasive flower around this area, even in the Greater Kruger Park. And it's part of the nightshade family. So part of the nightshade family. So I think the Latin name on that is solar, because solar, like solar eclipse, nightshade, solarium, something like that. Solarium. I must just double check on that. So that is the night, part of the nightshade family. Solarium. Let me just double check on that. I will get back to you about that one. I know there is several different species of the nightshade family. And they don't grow big. The bushes, the shrubs are very, very small. And you'll find them mostly growing in areas that's overgrazed or places that's been mowed down. And you'll find that they do thrive in those disturbed areas. So you can see it's right next to the pan itself. So 10 to 1, many times you'll find maybe elephants coming to feed on this acacia that's next to us, and then just disturbing the ground, and of course actually almost encourages the poison apple to grow in these little thick clumps. But there's a lot in Madikwe, plenty poison apple plants around this side. And I don't see many things do feed off the poison apple. Just as I said, the butterfly, that the yellow pansy and the blue pansy, I've seen them many times on these flowers. So they are the ones to. Leopard lover, which birds, which, no, sorry, Morgan, go with that again. That just didn't come through right there. I'm not, just how I say something wrong. Oh, what flora? Leopard lover, what flora is used, what flora is good to use for building shelters? Well, like a shelter. Well, thorn trees. I think there's a lot of nice. There's a lot of nice leadwoods around here. Sickle bush, things like that. Sometimes you'll find maybe a termite mound that's got a hole in it, and you can use some of these thorn trees to really kind of use it as a covering for the entrance and exit of where you're going to be staying. So some of these, I think so. I don't know what, most things, I can actually use anything really to build a shelter. So I don't think there's really any specific ones that I will kind of look for. Yeah, I'll pretty much use what's available. Even if you look at that dead tree that's fallen on the left-hand side there, that's leaning on this the left of the screen. I mean, there you can make a beautiful A-frame tent. I mean, that's an ideal place. So you can just imagine grabbing some of these big bushes around here, some of this nice thorn trees and sickle bush, and you just kind of lean it to your side, kind of cover it up, cover this dead tree up with it, and you can make a nice little shelter in there. So, yes. Is that what I'm thinking? That's what they're asking? If I'm right? And of course you can use a lot of this mud, so you can actually put those thorn trees across the dead tree like the one that we see now. So you can take a lot of these thorn trees, lean it against there, and then you can take some of this mud from this wallow, and then you can also cake that thorn trees in, almost like insulation for the hut or for your little A-frame house or tent or whatever you want to build around that fallen tree.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
I did take a look earlier, Igor myself, and went into another area of the reserve, not too far from here. There's another dam that side, and apparently they left the lions there. We went to go and take a look. I'm trying to see if we could pick up on that pride of lions, but unfortunately a little bit unsuccessful with that. I'm still trying to get my bearings right for Madikwe. Slowly but surely getting there. And I think so we might just head a little bit north from here. It doesn't seem like this one has been too active. I think there might be another dam a little bit further north where we will head off to and go and scratch around that area. And I still want to get my crimson-breasted shrike on screen. I've seen so many of them. I've seen plenty of them, but every time we go live, they disappear. So I've looked so hard again. Like right here, while we're sitting here, I've been scouting this area for any color of the crimson-breasted shrike because it's so beautiful, it's stunning. Yeah. Right, I think, well, we're going to head a little bit further north to another dam. Let's head over to Okukuyo as Lisa is sitting there on the dam cam.
Cedric, you sound like the host of a game show. To Lisa in Okukuyo. Thank you. I got excited just by you introducing us. It is still the same, with a lot of beautiful animals around. So not much changed in terms of that. But what a beautiful day we are having yet again at Okukuyo. We are still watching the Djuma Dam Cam as well. There's also not too much happening, but you never know. Maybe we get a leopard or a leopardess showing up. Morgan, you wanted to know if this wildebeest is a male or female. It has finally turned around now, and I can confirm that it's a male, for various reasons. First of all, he is alone. With wildebeest, females do not like to be alone. Secondly, when he did turn around now, I got a quick glimpse of his obvious genitalia. But also the fact that he's got a completely dark face, if that makes sense. So a lot of the times with the females, the hair just in between the eyes, just below the horns, that is generally a little bit lighter. But that is not always a go-to. Remember, genes are a wonderful thing. And animals, just like humans, can all be different. Male, female, all of the different species have different characteristics and things happening within. Oh, calm down, Springbok. They are always so dramatic with these stalks. Goodness gracious. Seriously? Tisk, tisk. Must have been a female. No, I'm kidding. But let's be honest, I mean, ladies can be very dramatic. However, I say that and think about my better half, and then I wonder, I never thought I'd see the day where I met someone more dramatic than I am. But no, Morgan, to answer your question, this is a male wildebeest. And what they do is they're actually very clever. Very, very clever. They don't follow the sense of females as actively, like lions and rhinos, where they sort of, ooh, I can smell this lady is ready to make a baby. They just sort of like rub their faces in the soil, sit in that area, mark that area as their own, and then just wait for the ladies to come past. And then you'll be like, excuse me, I just dispersed some of my cologne. Are you interested? Would you like me to reproduce with you? Very clever. Saves you a lot of time. I'd probably also do that if I was a male. And if I was a wildebeest. But if you've perhaps just joined us and you are not too familiar what you are looking at, these beautiful birds we see all around, these are the Abdom storks. They are the smallest of the African storks. Seasonal migrators, follow the rain, wait for insect outbreaks, and that is why we are seeing them. Hopefully they'll still be sticking around for a month or two. But they look very similar to ibises. They do the exact same as an ibis though. They probe the soil with their beaks and they find some creepy crawlies and insects and all sorts of things that they can feed on. But all around are storks. And then we've also got the pied crows that you can hear every now and again, the very eerie noise. I'm not too fond of them. I always think of a horror movie when I see the crows. But these guys are very innocent, very quiet. Surprisingly, you would think that many birds would make a lot of noise, but it's very rare that you actually do hear them vocalizing. And then in the middle of the waterhole, we've got the oryx and the gemsbok, in Afrikaans as we call them. I actually have to refer back to my radio terminology. I can't remember what we call the gemsbok in Shangaan. I'll have to look that up. But of course it is International Women's Day. So happy Women's Day to all of the ladies, gentlemen, we love you too. But to all of the mothers, sisters, cousins, nieces, aunts, grandmas, great-grandmas, everyone listening, happy Women's Day. We hope you have a wonderful day. I think it's definitely important that we celebrate days like these. Yes, Morgan. Thank you, Morgan. Morgan is one of the other ladies whispering in my ear. Herself and Tulu directing us today on Escape to Nature. But, as I always say, we shouldn't just be celebrating certain things on certain days. I said this with Christmas, I said it with New Year's, with Valentine's Day. I'm not saying that we should be celebrating women every single day. I'm not saying you should buy your husband a gift every single day or buy your wife flowers every single day. But I do think it's important for us to celebrate the smaller things as well. But if you've got any questions or comments, you are more than welcome, as always, to send those through. I can definitely, thinking of women in the industry or in the bush, I can definitely tell you that I have had the privilege and honor of working with some phenomenal women out there. Some women that have actually established their own lodges and organizations to help elephants and to help rhinos. Some women that have been in the industry since they've been very, very young and are still in the industry. My aunt, for instance. So her name is Annette. I'm sure you guys have heard it a few times on safari when we are in Juma. But she's probably one of the most phenomenal women in the world, for me personally. And I've learned so much from her. Now, the funny thing is, she never wears makeup. If you do see her with makeup, then you know it's something very important happening. But she is literally just the exception to the general norm and rule in general for women. She is probably the best gardener that I've ever met in my life. Not that I've met many, but she's phenomenal with gardening. She's phenomenal with tracking animals. She's just really phenomenal with everything. And funny enough, she is the first woman to ever have given me lipstick. I think I was 3 or 4. And sadly, by the time my father got home, my white teddy bear was red all of a sudden. That is a hiding I will never forget in my life. But I think had it not been for her, I probably would not also have had such a massive love for the bush. Because she really just does everything phenomenally. I remember the last time I visited her, I was sitting on the porch and I was with my back, not very clever, but I was on the porch. I was with my back towards the wild or the darkness. And she literally just walked out of the kitchen and she clapped her hands and she said, "Hey, Futak!" And there were literally 2 spotted hyenas behind me on the steps of the porch. But she's always just been this relaxed, confident, just so happy with everything and everyone, and especially herself in life. And I think that's probably been one of the biggest influences and inspirations for myself as well when it comes to the bush and being a lady in the bush. But sadly, the very first lipstick I got, I did not use on my face. I used that on a teddy bear. You see, I've always known I wanted to do something with animals. Luckily, I'm not putting lipstick on any of these animals. Some of these animals are so calm between the stalks and just sort of like, excuse me, pardon me. And then every now and again you've got a very, very dramatic springbok, or like we just saw, a very dramatic oryx that just wants to get out of there. Claustrophobic, move away, I can't handle it, it's too many of you. And then you've got a normal one, see, like that one. He's just like, excuse me, pardon me, I'm just going to go into the water, don't mind me. And you've got this one off to the right that's literally... That was the most traumatic thing I've ever gone through. Silly, silly animals. I wonder if you are male or female. But I have to tell you, apart from all of the phenomenal women I've encountered in my career, actually. And I'm talking from actual employers, the CEOs of companies, to my fellow rangers and lodge managers and everyone. I've had some phenomenal examples in my life. My mother being probably one of the biggest one of them. She really is a phenomenal and super strong person. But then I'm also lucky to be the youngest of 4 sisters. So I always joke with my mom and I said, no, let them carry on. I'll just learn from their mistakes. I always wait to see what my sisters do first in a situation until I put myself in that situation. And they are all so different. One of them is a lawyer, one of them is an accountant, one is in marketing, and the other one is a teacher and actually the deputy principal of a school. But thanks to them as well, I wouldn't tell them this directly to their faces. I'll deny I ever said it. But no, they too are phenomenal women. And of course, all of the ladies at Wild Earth, from our amazing directors to the other naturalists, to the tech teams, the IT teams, of course, Emily. Everyone is just such an inspiration when it comes to what we do every single day. And then, last but definitely not least, all of you viewers. And I will not just single out the ladies, gentlemen. No, all of you are absolutely wonderful and you keep us going. Today it is all about the ladies, sorry guys. Thank you to all of you. And again, if you are mother, sister, friend, wherever you find yourself in life, just keep being the amazing woman that you are, just like all of these animals. I think for me personally, one of the biggest inspirations is probably when you look at hyenas and elephants, a matriarch. The other day I was actually talking to my best friend and she was having a really big personal family crisis, and I literally said to her, you know what, you are not the matriarch of an elephant herd. You are not supposed to take on the responsibility for everyone and take care of everyone. So just take it easy. But how amazing are elephants and hyenas and all of these animals when it comes to motherhood, when it comes to protecting them, when it comes to hunting for them. There's definitely so much that we can learn about all of these animals. Yeah, thank you, Morgan. Morgan is whispering some flattering words in my ear. They really keep us going, the directors. But so do you, so please do keep on sending me your questions, your comments. What would you like to talk about today? Or perhaps there's something you would like me to tell you about. I really have so many stories from my guiding days, but there really are too many to almost remember. So if you have anything specific you want to ask me, you are welcome to do so. Morgan says I must share a time that I got stuck or that I was a little bit panicked. Oof, there really are a few, you know. I remember my very first time that I got stuck. It was hilarious. Of course, it was the day that we had a group of very fancy schmancy auditors on the reserve, and they thought, let's choose Lisa, you know. She just started guiding officially. Why not her? No pressure, Lisa. Have fun. Here are the people. No, they were phenomenal. Really a great bunch of people. And I can't even tell you how we got stuck, because I can't remember. This was really long ago. But I still have a photo. I'll actually look for it and I'll share it with our FC. Maybe we can share it with all of you as well. But literally vehicle full of people, me standing in the mud, and we're all just smiling, having the best time. And I think at that time, you still want to be perfect and you don't want to disappoint anyone, especially at that stage, because it was, as I said, it was a group of auditors and we literally had to impress them. And they were considered VIPs, not that I believe in such a thing, but we just had the best time. But there are so many other times that I've gotten stuck to. Some more recent, others not so much. But I think one of the scariest moments in my life for me was when we were in a sighting of a male lion, and it was completely dark all around, and it was rain season, so there are a lot of sludgy areas where you think, no, we'll be fine, and then you're not fine anymore. But unfortunately what had happened, there was this area that the elephants have sort of excavated so much that I didn't know there's an additional new hole there now. So the male lion was right next to us, and we wanted to follow him. So he left, and as I wanted to reposition the vehicle, I literally fell into one of those holes so badly that my vehicle was just balanced on 2 tires on opposite ends. And literally whenever I tried to do something, going forward, putting in low range, all of that, the vehicle literally swayed and tipped a little bit, which was freaking scary. I remember, I still get the heart palpitations just thinking about it. And I just, now you can't say, okay, well, everybody get off the vehicle, let me dig us out, because there's a male lion somewhere. I've lost him, so I don't know where he is right now. And yes, eventually I had to call one of my colleagues. Luckily, it was very close to the lodge. And Dean came along, and he sort of what we did is we just offloaded my guest onto his vehicle, so parked the vehicles very close. And then he just went ahead of my vehicle, we put a tow rope on, and he easily pulled me out. But that was literally one of the scariest moments in my life, that swaying of the vehicle. And it's not that we're going to fall off the edge of the world or something. It's just, for me personally, I do not like when I'm not in control of a situation. So roller coasters, things like that, they freak me out. I have to do them about 5 times before I properly enjoy them. But in situations like that specifically, where you've got guests, they are trusting you with their life, and you have to do absolutely anything and everything you can to make sure that you keep them safe, that everything goes all right, and that you get them back safely to the lodge and they still have an enjoyable experience. So luckily the guests were all fine after that. But I remember when it initially happened, my one guest immediately just lit a cigarette. She was so freaked out. And I said, no, everything's fine. It's all right. Of course, we don't allow smoking on the vehicle, but this is an exception. You do you. I will keep looking for the lion. But there are a lot of scary moments, we as naturalists go through. Even at Wild Earth, it doesn't just happen when you have people on the vehicle that are paying guests or anything like that. There are a lot of scary moments out there when you've got an elephant coming closer and closer to you. I'm sure many of you have seen with Chris, with Rolf. You do have a lot to assess in that situation, because you have to, first of all, you have to make sure the animal is comfortable with you. It's not freaking out. It's still got enough space. Second of all, you've now got to make sure that whoever's on the vehicle with you, whether it's your cameraman or your guest or whoever, that they are okay. Third of all, you have to communicate to someone now, listen, we are in a potentially dangerous situation. And then above all of that, you have to keep yourself sane and calm yourself down. Doing all of that with a smile and saying, don't worry, it will be fine. Meanwhile, you need a new pair of underwear when you get back to the lodge. But there's been many things happen to me, Morgan. But I have to say, for the most part, you don't become complacent, but you become more and more comfortable with what you do and with the animals and the environment. And there are people like James and like Steve and Tristan that are literally very, very experienced veterans. I mean, my aunt, my uncle still get in some situations where they're like, oh dear, I don't know what to do right now. But we figure it out as we go along. and we have fun while doing so. I'm not sure where I'm sending you. I think to Madigwe.
Alright, well, we made ourselves up towards Kolobeng Dam. Kolobeng Dam, that's it, there we go. I'm getting it slowly but surely. And of course, we've got some nice general game around this area at the moment. Got some nice zebras, wildebeest, impala. That's all hanging around the outskirts. And yeah, I'm moving off now. But it is still nice. There's some nice birding as well. So I've got a few other birds. Let's take a look, because I know we saw a crimson-breasted shrike here the other day. So I am going to hang and see if we're going to get that on screen very soon. Shamwe. Of course, the Birchall zebras are just making their way out of the screen, out of picture. Oh, one's still lagging behind a bit. It's always nice this midday, almost like midday time, when you get the animals coming back and forth to these dams. This is when the dams really become really active. I'm waiting for maybe we're lucky with some elephants and giraffe that might come down here as well. But you will see now as well that we do have got some spur-wing geese. You can see 3 of them all just taking a bit of a nap on this side. Looks like they're taking a nap. Looks like their heads are all pretty much curled into the back end, kind of tucking their heads away underneath their wings. That's interesting. It's midday. They're supposed to sleep at night, not during the day.
Wild mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
see that the herd is slowly coming maybe into this direction. Come on, here's some water. Another big one there, eh? Yeah. Phew. See, look at that. There's, ooh. And you can see, I'm sure in Musk you can see that fifth leg hanging there. So I'm sure maybe, as I said, I think there must be a female that must be in heat with that breeding herd. And that's why we got like 3 big males coming into this area now. And there's some giraffe as well in the background, just poking their heads out. I do apologize about the houses in the background, but that is Botswana. Can you believe it? That is Botswana, far in the distance. So we are on the most northern side of Madikwe. So of course there is a big river and there is a fence between Botswana and South Africa. Alright, well, we're going to sit here. I'm hoping that these elephanties come down to the waterhole and have a little bit of a drink for the morning. If they do, I'm hoping that we can show you. But for now, let's head over to Lisa to see what's happening at her dam.
Thank you, Cedric. You see, you're starting with your nonsense now. If Nick finds elephants as well, I'm going to literally throw a tantrum like a classy woman would. Now, hopefully we'll also see some ellies today, but if we don't, that's perfectly fine. I love it when we see elephants really anywhere, on safari or on escape to nature. But not much has changed. The animals coming and going, doing their thing, moving around. Just really super peaceful here. And I cannot wait to go here. Honestly, I'm very excited. I'm yet to plan my trip. I actually just have to get in contact with Mr. Rolf and just ask him what are his recommendations. For me personally, I want to go in the drier season, because then I think it will be even busier. Of course, except for the storks, they would have moved on by then and go find greener pastures, which I'm really surprised they haven't done already. Oh dear, it sounds like I'm sending you back to Madikwe so quickly.
We had these elephants chasing each other. Unfortunately, it just came a little bit late to us here, but the males were chasing the herd around like anything, and it looked like they were all about to run down to the dam area. But there is a lot of vocalization between this herd. The male is causing problems, and I think he tried to single out a female as well in this herd. I mean, I'm sure that female is in. Oh, okay. Yeah, just apologize about the noise. Eagles just turned up the. Yeah, I do apologize about the noise because Eagles just turned up the ambient noise just to listen to the vocals of and the calling and the grumbling of these elephants. But let's listen out. I'm hoping they come down to the dam. That'll be awesome. Or we can go to that sausage tree. Not sausage tree, shepherd's tree. You know, that little clearing there. Yeah, so they're heading straight across. Alright, I think what we're going to do, we're going to try and go up a little bit north here. Just going to go ever slowly, just to see if we can get those elephants. Unfortunately, they are heading straight west, north of the dam here. And I want to just see if we can get there and get a better view on them. I don't want to get close, too close, but I just want to get a better view. Maybe, let's see what we got from here. Yeah, we can do it from here, eh, Igor? Yeah, yes, definitely. As long as we still loft it on top of this dam wall, or elevated, lofted, elevated, on top of the dam wall, we can still see these elephants. Yeah, they are there. It's all moving. And you can see this big male to the right there, coming slowly but surely. They are slowly moving. So Igor and myself just laughing here. We just had like an inside joke. But yeah, look at this. And flapping the ears. There's a warm morning now. It is definitely getting much warmer now that the breeze has died off completely. And all of a sudden you can just feel the temperature increasing dramatically now. And so of course that's flapping of the ears. And I can imagine they are just quite active. These elephants just trying to stay away from this big male that's causing problems. So they might come down here. It looks like their general direction might be towards this dam. Let's keep a close eye on it. Why are you guys causing so much trouble, eh? And you'll see with all this kind of excitement now, if you look at every individual in this herd now, all of their temporal glands will be leaking. It's either due to agitation, excitement, aggression, something like that. So once it gets any kind of emotions going, like building up, those temporal glands will start leaking fluid. So not just the males, you'll even see the females and the little ones will have a bit of a wet mark running down the side of the head. Everything has come to a little bit of a standstill now. A little warthog in the mix there, just passing by. That warthog reminds me of when I'm at a rugby game. You've got all these big guys busy playing rugby and I'm walking in the foreground there, just walking past to go get a hot dog. Take that hot dog there. Oh no, it's funny. Julia, no, exactly. That's what I said. It reminds me of myself at a rugby game. You know, not me playing rugby, but myself just being the spectator and heading off to a little canteen or something for a cool drink, while the big boys are busy playing the rugby game there in the background. But it's a huge size difference. I mean, you got like the largest land mammal of 6 tons. Compared to a little warthog of around about 10 kilograms. I mean, that is quite a big difference. So it's 6,000 kilograms to 10 kilograms. Yeah, this big boy slowly ambling this way. Seems like he's finished irritating the ladies. Remember, mister, it is Ladies' Day, so you cannot be that male. There's a little baby in the center, Morgan. Look there. There's a young one. But look how they're all standing together. You can see a lot of agitation now. Lots of agitation. And clearly these males, big males, did not get the memo today that it is International Ladies' Day. You can see how, look how they stick together. it just seems like, yeah, you can just see how they really keep close to each other, protecting the young ones, and all acting in as one against this male. That's just on the other side of that shepherd tree.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
Oh, Monique, do I have any stories that stand out about the female naturalists? um, sure, Monique, that is a very interesting question. Um, and stories about female directors. Well, look, the thing is, definitely, I think it's amazing that a lot of I'm going to put in, I'm going to like generalize. I think female naturalists or guides definitely has been fantastic working with them, and it's amazing that sometimes you see, sometimes you always, it was such a myth kind of thing, or not a myth, but it was such a bizarre about this being a guide in the bushveld has to be a man's thing and all that. No. I mean, I've got a lot of friends, a lot of good lady friends that's guides now, and I mean, of course, some of our naturalists as well, with that's working with Wild Earth. It really shows a person that, man, woman, no matter what, when you go out in the bush, if you got the passion for it, and I mean Lauren, and I remember Jamie as well back in the day, Tess, Taylor, all of them. I think it's amazing that, if you've got the passion for the bush, you put everything into it, and you have even more fun sometimes than some of the guy naturalists. So yeah, I love it, and it's wonderful just to see that smile, just to see that energy, and I think it gives us that kind of energy, kind of say, hey, listen, it's not just a guys thing; it's guy and ladies and guys that can do this. So it's brilliant. And oh yes, no, definitely. I mean, I know that Lauren, she showed a kind of that one moment where I thought, well, I had to help her with a spare tire the once, and she kind of just pushed me to the side. It's like, no, you're not going to put the spare tire on my vehicle. I'm going to do it. And sure, I think she put that spare tire quicker onto Wendy than I could have done. So yeah, it's amazing that you can sometimes get to see that, and big ups for that. There you go. And as well, our directors, all the ladies, all the directors at FC as well, wonderful. It's always a party in my ears, always. I think it's definitely one of those things that they bring a lot of energy. So yes, ladies at FC, all the ladies, all the directors that side, big ups to you. I think it's your day, and definitely I respect your job thoroughly. Oh, look at all these little birds. I don't know what they are, but they're birds. Well, indigos as well there, huh? Little wax balls. Was there a blue wax ball there? Okay, those elephants are gone. I want to try and relocate on them. I want to try and see if I can go that side and get them again. I'm sure they must be just hanging about close to that shepherd tree. What are you looking at there? I'm not too sure, but it's like a sparrow, one of the sparrows here. A grey-headed sparrow. Very common around this area. And then, we got the shaft-tail wider, is it? Yeah. Beautiful shaft-tail wider. Beautiful male in his full plumage. A beautiful little black cap on his head. Lovely kind of almost a mustard color front, black wings, and of course the tail. If you can get to see the tail, it's amazing. It's very thin, and right at the tip of their tail they've got these little, how can I say, almost looks like spoons. Alright, well, we're going to see if we can follow up on those elephants. While we do that, let's head over to Lisa at Okokweyo to see what's happening up there at Namibia.
When we listen, and when we are patient, and every now and again when we do just whisper out a request or two, Mother Nature provides, and she has given us an elephant. You can imagine my excitement. Hopefully we'll see some more elephants, but I'm perfectly content with one for the day. Nick, you have to catch up now. You don't have elephants yet. Na 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 na. No, it's very rarely that I get elephants before the other naturalists on the other locations. I'm just trying to figure out, I could not properly see his face when he was approaching the waterhole. I do just want to see, I either want to see his face or I want to see his bottom, because I do not think it is our beautiful elephant bull that is the older one. Yesterday we saw two individuals, and the one was significantly younger than the other. So I think this is the younger one. I shall have a look-see now. Perhaps he will do a little bit of a twirl for us, give us a walk. And then I'll be able to tell you definitely. But I'm wondering when we are going to start seeing the herds with the babies again. I've spoken about this, Rolf has spoken about this. Of course, Rolf has a lot of personal experience at this waterhole where he's taken guests himself on safari. But the elephant herds with the babies, the bigger ones, have actually moved a little bit further away for water, of course. But the rest of the reserve or the rest of the park actually is drying up. So hopefully one of these days they too will realize that Okokoyo is the best place to come. And we'll get to see some of those babies. I remember one of the last times that we did see the elephant herd, they had a teeny tiny baby. No, this is the bull. This is the younger bull, I think. So I just interrupted myself there, but they had a very, very, very small baby with them. So hopefully we'll get an update on that baby, see how it's doing. But for now we are blessed with this beautiful bull, just taking a mud bath, cooling off, getting some moisturizer and sunscreen on his skin. And can you imagine how good that must feel? You walked for kilometers and kilometers, it's dry, you're walking on hot rocks. Of course you are well adapted and acclimated, but then finally getting to this waterhole, getting into the water, getting a sip of water, or perhaps just throwing some mud on you and just cooling off for the day. That must feel so, so, so good. Martin, you are saying that you could use some cooling off. You wish you were this elephant. Martin, go take a cold shower, or perhaps sprinkle yourself, or drink some cold water. It would be wonderful though if we were elephants with trunks that could just spray it all over our bodies. And they really do make it seem so, so, so wonderful. But I agree with you on that one, Martin. I remember working in the Greater Kruger, some days on average you would go like literally 2 months where it's at least 35 to 40 degrees Celsius a day. And it becomes very, 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 very hot. And the only thing you want to do is just cool off. You would even take face cloths and freeze them. And then on safari you just have this face cloth in your neck just to have a little bit of relief. I'm sure many of you have seen all of our naturalists all over really, In the peak of summer, it is cooling off a little bit, but in the peak of summer, saying how hot it is, how quickly they are getting sunburns, how they are perspirating. I know Taylor says that a lot. But imagine you were an elephant. And again, they deserve it. Yes, you deserve that splash. Chase everyone away. Now, this is definitely the younger bull. The one that we see quite frequently, the male by himself, has got fairly thicker tusks and a little bit longer. Actually makes me think of an elephant I used to work with, Sumupani. But no, this is the younger, cheekier bull from yesterday. But they are so deserving of this, all of these animals, you know. If you've traveled so far, you've had to listen the whole time for any eerie noises, be on the lookout, feed yourself. If you have anyone in your harem or in your group to look after and protect, when you come to the pool, it must be such a massive relief just to take some time to relax. I think that was probably the only horrible thing for myself going on safari since I was a little kid in the Sabi Sands. Because my uncle's property at that time was the only place that had a pool, you know, in terms of places that were accessible to us. And myself and my cousin, we would be so hot the whole day. You literally just want to die. It gets very hot. And then we could only go swim at like 5 o'clock once the safaris have left, because we weren't allowed to bother the guests. We had to stay out of sight. They weren't supposed to hear us or see us. And so as soon as those safari vehicles took off, we bolted to the swimming pool. And I promise you, we felt like this elephant is feeling now. Just that utter relief. And that's exactly why all of the other animals, you know, also just put their legs in, cool off a little bit. Oof, that mare is still very pregnant. That one zebra off just to the left that's walking away now. She's very heavily pregnant still. But just dipping your legs and your hoofs in the water is definitely a massive help when it is such a hot day. And it's going to get hotter, believe it or not. As it gets drier, it's going to get more humid here. So hopefully that will encourage the animals even more to come say hello to us. I think the best is yet to come. there they go. I love it. Oh, goodness, I don't know what happened with my voice there. That was rather funny. I remember I once was so sick in the bush, and unfortunately I could not really go on sick leave. And I literally went 3 days doing safari without a voice at all. And my guests were so understanding, you know. They sort of, we figured out our own language, and we were able to eventually communicate, and they knew exactly what I meant. But hopefully that doesn't happen to my voice now. I doubt it though. For now, I'm going to send you back to Cedric so we can see if he's caught up with his elephants.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Yes, we have got to our elephants a little bit further north from the dam, and everything is now very calm for now. It seems like whatever they were complaining about and arguing about earlier on, seems like everything has settled down. But there is still two. You see another male coming through there, and in the back end, there's definitely a lot of big boys here with this herd. Usually the males tend to go on by themselves, but when you've got 2 or 3 males like this, and especially if they're in must, then you know there's something happening. You can see this male is heading straight to that other male now. He doesn't want him around. Maybe because that female might be in heat here, so we might hear a little bit of trumpeting now. Let's listen out. Unfortunately, it just went behind the bush here, but you can see the one male is moving out to the right there. The female's in the center. Sorry, it's just a lot of branches breaking next to us. Here's another big elephant next to us, a big male, but we are safe. You are in safe hands. I'm just feeding around. I'm just hoping that they were going to go down to this dam. It seems like that is still their general direction. You can see they are turning now back to the dam area. It'll be quite interesting just to see if they do come down to that side, if these males are going to be following them there. Now the one in front, I'm just trying to see, is he in must? Yeah, I can see. Yeah, he's definitely got excited over the last several minutes. Youngster there as well. But this is a typical thing. I mean, that's why females do not like males around in these herds, because they cause so much trouble. They cause a lot of disruption in the family herds and all that. They actually chase the young ones around. And usually the matriarch and the females in these herds, they do not tolerate that. They could not stand this aggression by the males. And that's why many times they'll chase these males out of the area, or out of the area of, or the vicinity of the herd itself. But for now, I think there's just more competition for something that's happening in the herd itself. Sorry, Chulu, my earpiece just fell out. I think it's all due to the funny humidity that's hanging around at Madikwe at the moment. Carmen, 11 years old, fantastic question. Do elephants feed all day long? Carmen, no, most of the day, 85% of their 24-hour day they will be feeding. They are eating machines. They've got a very bad tummies. So what happens is when they feed, only 30% of what they've taken in gets utilized. In other words, gets used by their digestive system, and 70% of that gets passed through their system, and of course That's why they have to eat so much. So you can imagine being such a big animal of 6 tons, like these big males that you do see here. 6-ton male elephant has to eat 5% of his body weight. And 5% of a big male's body weight is around about 250, 300 kilograms. So he has to eat about 250, 300 kilograms of vegetation per day. So you can imagine eating so much per day. Oh, here's a big elephant next to us. Sorry, we just excuse the pole. We're just going to quickly turn, Eagles is going to turn the camera around towards this side, because there's a big male that's just decided to approach us. But luckily he's not in must, he's fine. He's enjoying this bush. It looks like a black monkey thorn. He's got a lot of sharp thorns on this tree, and he doesn't worry about it at all. Doesn't hurt him. Okay, he's coming around to this side. I'm just going to keep an eye on him, but he's not in must. You can just see. Hello, my boy. With all the, okay, he's going to go behind the vehicle. I do apologize. He's going to just have to keep my eye on him. Okay. Yeah, I think he's just moving off slowly but surely. Hey, he's a big boy, hey? Look at that. How amazing to have these huge animals right next to the vehicle. It's so intimidating. I'm going under the shepherd's tree. Maybe find some shade there. Or scratching its back. That's perfect, just to scratch its back like that, just the right height. You can see it's reversing in there. Llewellyn, at the moment I haven't had an issue about the behavior of Madikwe elephants at this point in time. I'm not going to talk too quickly. I heard some of the guides giving me a heads up about the elephants this side being a little bit more kind of agitated compared to the ones at Djuma. But I haven't had an issue, so, touch wood, so far so good. I mean, you saw this male, he walked right past us, and he wasn't really fazed about us at all. And you can see he's just taken a little bit of shelter under the shepherd's tree. And the shepherd's tree, of course, many, many moons ago, the shepherds, the guys that used to kind of herd the sheep and that, they used to use these trees as their little shady spots, like the umbrellas, as you always have it on the Greek islands and at Ibiza and all that. You've got all those beautiful little umbrellas on the beach. So same, that's what they used to use them as, just like a shady spot to relax under. Alright, he is moving, he is heading towards that other herd, but there is a big male that is still just keeping an eye on this one. So because this one is not in must, I think he's just following the herd. I don't think he's showing too much interest of any females. He can't, because he's not in must, so he doesn't really care. But that guy, what we're seeing now, he's in must. So of course he is now like kind of got this, I can say, jealous tendency streak that's happening, that he doesn't want any other males around. But we'll see what he does when this guy approaches. Yeah, he's going to start moving, is he? He's going to pick up on him. You can see his head is held up high. Watch it. Watch his ears. Lifting his ears up. And now the male slowly approaching. But I'm sure he's going to get chased away very soon. There's a few flies here that's landing on my face. Well, let's see what he does here. Oh, the male on the right, he knows that he has to just keep his distance. He doesn't want to get too close. I think he knows that that male's not a happy boy at this point in time. Yeah, and talking about the behavior of Madikwe elephants further on, I mean, we've had so many great sightings with herds, with big males. We've had close encounters. I know Igor told me last time when he was with Ben, he had a few close encounters as well, and no problem, hardly any problems and all that. So, but I think you just got to read them right. You know, elephants is one of those animals, to me personally, it's one of the easiest to read because elephants show their emotions. They'll show if they are agitated. They'll show if they're not bothered about you. They'll show if they, don't want you around. So they've got certain signs about it. I don't know what he's doing there. He's like rubbing on this termite mound. Scratching his trunk on the termite mound there. A bit of an itch. So yeah, so elephants you can really take and really kind of work out how they feel about our presence. Well, hopefully it doesn't push that tree over. It's like it's the only big tree around here. That'll be sad. Leave that tree alone, buddy. That's your shady spot. There we go. Rather just scratch your trunk. And of course that termite mound being nice and rough. Perfect. Oh, there he goes now. Alright, I think I'm going to try and get down to the dam area. Looks like that is the general direction. Looks like they're all heading to the dam. So I am going to try and turn around here.
International Women's Day is on the 8th of March. In celebration, one of our all-time favorite female guides is coming back. Jamie Patterson will be hosting a special Safari Sisters Ask Me Anything. This incredible lady is a trained naturalist, qualified safari guide, and self-confessed bush lover. We look forward to hearing about her life in the male-dominated safari industry. Come with your questions ready to chat about being a wonderful wild woman of Wild Earth. See you there.
no! It's just gone behind the bush, but it'll come out now. There was a secretary bird that just landed on the northern side of the dam itself. Let's see, there it comes out. It's out on a secretary bird. Look at that. We saw one yesterday afternoon as well, and it's the first time I've seen one for many, I think about a year, 2 years, 3 years. So yes, absolutely amazing to see this bird again. Always hunting for snakes, rodents. Okay, but it's going behind. It's going a little bit far in now. All right, well that was a quick one, but he's going a little bit further deeper in. Ha! Wonderful, wonderful. You can just do loops around this dam, and it just seems like it's all happening. And plus, all the elephants are here at the dam now. 1 or 2, and there's something as well in the tree. We shall just take a look. Let's just jump onto the dam wall. So we've got a nice kind of vantage point. Oh yes. Oh, and there's spewing ducks and geese. Okay. Let's see. Up we go. Oh. Wrong gear. So, let me know when it's right there for you. You go. Go. I want to see if we're going to get a nice, good one here. All right. Oh, it looks like all the elephants. Some of the elephants have come down to the dam area. I just want to quickly get myself right here. Oof, no. Okay, let me just, like this. Okay, there. Alright, there we go. All coming down to the dam, to the inflow, and all coming for a bit of a mud bath, of course led by a big male there. So it's going to be quite amazing now, because now the excitement of water, a waterhole and mud, as this always gets exciting. Skylar? I think let's go with Skylar. Yes, definitely can watch this all day. Oh, Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. Yes, Tyler, definitely we can watch this all day. As I said, elephants are so fascinating. You're always going to get interaction, always going to get something from them, no matter what. And especially if there's youngsters involved as well, there's young ones, it's always a lot of playtime around these dams, around the wallows. But yeah, let's just enjoy for a moment and enjoy some silence. And we've got a big male that's just approaching the water. And in the background you'll see the elephants running, so there is that male with that one tusk that's just, of course, always causing problems. He's busy mating. Did you hear that? That was incredible. Now, of course, it was that male with the one tusk that's in must, and he mounted a female there, and I'm sure that, of course, that is the female he's been chasing around here for the last hour or so, and she must be in heat. And that low rumbling is incredible. Just you actually hear them communicating with one another, and how quickly the family herd always just comes together just to like kind of understand what's happening. Always there may be a bit of distress in that. But yeah, Daryl, only the females, only the males that's in must will mate, Daryl. So you find if it's a male that's not in must, he can't do anything. It's the same as a female. If she's not in heat, well, nothing can happen. It doesn't attract any partner. The poor bird on top is this male. This elephant is rubbing against this thing. This bird is trying its best to. There's a bird that's right on top of this dead tree. I'm not too sure what it is. A bird of prey, but of course you can see he's getting pushed around at the moment because this elephant is busy rubbing against a tree, and he's making those poor birds sway from side to side. You can see it shaking. I can imagine being 6 tons and you're rubbing against a dead tree. I'm sure that tree is going to sway from side to side. Well, I saw the male. He didn't mount that female, but unfortunately it was behind the bush. We don't know if it was proper or not. Oh, sorry, Julia, I'm struggling to get the names. I know it's Laura. Laura. Laura, yes, definitely. It is so exciting seeing this happen once again here on Escape to Nature. It's amazing seeing all this interaction, and I think elephants have been my trump card at the moment here at Madikwe. And I definitely don't have any complaints about that, because I think watching elephants in this kind of way is so exciting. And just so much interaction. You get it there at Djuma, definitely, but I think because Djuma and Greater Kruger Park is so much vaster, so much bigger, so you never always get those elephants on the property and all that. But yeah, like Madikwe, I mean, as I say, this dam, Tsolo Beng Dam, has been so active and been definitely good to us. You can see that mud. And got a black stork, eh? The black stork is an open-billed stork. I can't see now. It looks like an open-billed stork. No, it's a black stork. Nice. Is it? Yeah, it is. Alright, I almost got that wrong. Where's the ibis? I just can't see nicely there. Egyptian geese coming through as well. But you can see how the elephants are caking that mud now. Being that reddish tinge from all the sand, that red sand, And now they come to a dam like this, where of course your mud is like got that real grey look to it, a grey colour. And now you can just see how their coloration is just changing. Oh, wait, hold on. So I'm just trying to take a look at that. You know what? It actually could. Sorry, that might be my mistake. It's a glossy ibis. It's called a glossy ibis. Sorry, I wanted to say it's not a stork. It's not that tall, and that beak is completely different to black stork. Black stork's got that typical white belly. So I had to just double check on that one. I had to just look careful. So glossy ibis, very nice. Yes, I think I'm so used to seeing Haudidar ibises and the sacred ibises, but a glossy ibis, no? There we go. Very nice. Alright, well we're going to just take a look at another bird here, because it's nice just to frame this, because I haven't seen one of these here yet at Madikwe. So we just spotted a tawny eagle, beautiful tawny eagle that's just straight ahead of us on one of these dead bushes. And you can just see that beautiful tawny color. It's beautiful, eh? I think one of the most beautiful eagles around. Just has that tawny color, and they've got that darkish wings, and then of course you can't see it from where we are now, but you got that black V on the back. But yeah, these eagles as well, just like your bateleur, the same as your vultures, so they mainly feed on dead animals. So they will look around for any carcasses that's lying around the area, and then they will feed on the dead animals. That's why it's one of our indicators that we do use. So if we do see a tawny eagle, bateleur, and vultures together close by, in close proximity, then you'll know that there is a carcass that's in this area. And they can soar quite a bit, and does it quite high and for quite long without flapping their wings. So a day like this, nice thermals, will be ideal for this eagle. very nice. But yeah, let's take a look back at the elephants. I think it is nice seeing the tawny eagle, and I think we're going to let the tawny eagle be there and watch all these elephants just enjoying the mud at the inflow of Beng Dam. And as it is a nice warm day, so they are definitely enjoying this. The males are there. I'm just trying to see where's that male with the one tusk. I think he might be just to the, I don't know, he must be there somewhere behind the trees. It's nice just to see these guys. A little scratch. Adam, have I ever seen an elephant get stuck in the mud? Well, there has been a case. I haven't seen it myself personally, but there has been a case. There was a nice clip about actually a calf that got stuck in the mud, and then the mother went to go and try and rescue the calf out of the mud, and then she got stuck. So unfortunately, the calf and mom was stuck in like a big wallowed area. And they could not get out. They both were lying on their sides, struggled, and they were so exhausted that they didn't have any energy left to really try and pick themselves up. And what was fantastic is then the rangers of the area and volunteers came to the rescue, and they kind of dragged them out of that mud. And of course, calf and mom reunited, and they ran off back to the rest of the herd. So yes, it can happen for sure, but I haven't seen it myself. It has to, but I think that mud has to be something really deep and sticky, and must be something harsh for the elephants to really get stuck in that. I think the mud that you see where the elephants are now at, this mud is nice. This is like not thick. It's thick for us for sure, but for the elephants, it's just perfect. Not so deep. And it's ideal for them just to have a good old mud bath around at this inflow. I don't even think a small one will get stuck in this. It's not so bad. Some days you just feel like you can be an elephant, huh? Days like this. Good old mud bath somewhere. Alright, well, we're going to try and reposition here and try and get Igor out of the sun. Let's head over to Ikokuyo with Lisa.
Igor, sit aan jou sonblok. It's scary to think how quickly it is to get sunburnt. I know when Andrew was also in Maduko now, he mentioned that it's a different type of sun. So just stay in the shade and stay safe, gentlemen. Or perhaps just join the elephants and throw some mud on yourself. No changes here, sadly. Apart from my elephant that has deserted me. Very rude. However, he is very rude. I have to tell you, like, he's very, very naughty, that elephant. Splashing the stalks and the rest of the animals and like sort of very arrogant. Whereas the older one, who's my favorite, he just sort of like takes it easy, doesn't bother anyone. Perhaps this elephant bull that we did have, the younger one, perhaps he's just a little bit frustrated with life. And that was very interesting, the potential mating that we got to see. I know it was a little bit obscured by the bushes and it was very, very quickly. But how incredible would that be if Madikwe gets a new baby elephant in 22 months? If it was successful. And if that was actually the case. Elephants do mount each other sometimes as well. As sort of like a power struggle, just to dominate each other. You'll specifically see it when they are mud bathing or when they are swimming. I know oftentimes that I've seen elephants swimming and sharing that with guests. The guests immediately think, aren't they a little bit young to be mating? Then they realize, oh no, it's just like siblings. When we also swim, we dunk one another, whether it's with a friend or with family. But what a brilliant, brilliant, beautiful day we've had so far. We've seen some elephants, we've seen some general game, done some birding. It really just has been the best. And just to keep you posted, Juma is fairly quiet. I don't know if I actually got back to you this morning. That bird that we were looking at was in fact a water thickney. I apologize, I don't know why I never got back to the answer and telling you that you're right. As I said, in German, it is a Wassertrio. I don't know if I say that correctly. But what a beautiful day in Okukoyo. I just wish we can get some rain, seriously. You can see there's significantly fewer storks around now. That cheeky elephant chased some of them away. But they'll probably come back. They are fairly water dependent. As I say, they literally follow the water and the rain. And whoo! Look at that. Goodness. Luckily there were no animals there. Jeez, that's impressive. I remember the one time actually coming from Greater Kruger on my leave. I was driving back to Johannesburg. And where was it? Alzoo, which is a massive fuel station, a very touristy fuel station on the main road that I was taking. And as I was driving past there, because there's a lot of farmlands and a lot of rural areas in that place as well, and as I was driving past, there was also a massive whirlwind like that. And I'm not being dramatic now. I literally thought I was going to die that day because it was hectic. And then immediately after that, it started raining. It was the strangest weather I'd ever seen. But as I say, the weather is rapidly changing, not just in Southern Africa, all over the world. I'm sure all of you can definitely agree with me. When we are looking at rainfall and the temperatures and just really everything, it really has changed when you compare it to 20 years ago, for instance. But if you're just joining us, we've only got a mere half an hour left of Escape to Nature. I don't even know where the day has gone. But it's been a beautiful day. Of course, it is International Women's Day. So happy Women's Day to all of the ladies. Gentlemen, you are still loved. But I hope everyone is having a wonderful day so far. We have had a wonderful day with all of your awesome, amazing questions and comments and suggestions. And of course with the animals too. Upton storks, springbok, impalas, kudus. No, did we see kudus today? No, not yet. Wildebeest, zebras, elephants. Cedric too has had elephants and he's done some birding. Nick has had some general games, so it really has been a phenomenal day. But as I say, there is still a little bit of time left, so if you have any questions, please do feel free to ask them to us, whether it's myself, Cedric, Nick, you're more than welcome to get in touch with us. And just as a heads up for Sunset Safari, I will definitely be joining on Sunset Safari this afternoon with Okokoyo and Juma Dan Cam. So please do join us for that this afternoon as well. Of course, we'll be celebrating women all over, but focusing on women in the bush and female animals in the bush and the different behaviors that they display and that we are so fortunate to see every single day. Very good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature and for your question. What do these Upton storks feed on? So, they are seasonal migrators. They literally follow the water and the rain. And with that, they feed on insects, small fish, mollusks, things like that. So a lot like your Hadida ibises. But for the most part, insects is what they enjoy. So I've been joking a lot the past few days saying, well, there can't really be much for them around. But they are resourceful, just like any of the other animals, you know, just like those springboks we saw a little bit earlier on, that it literally seems like they are feeding on nothing. But they are still resourceful with finding a little bit of nutrients in the soil, in the grass, in the rhizomes. So these storks, mainly insectivores, but they can feed on smaller aquatic creatures as well, and then mollusks, things like that as well, but mostly insects. So right now they are literally waiting for the rain, because we've learned by now, once again with summer being almost over in some of our other locations, that with the rain comes butterflies, grasshoppers, locusts, worms, all sorts of things. So I hope that answers your question, Barry. And just like Barry, please do send through any questions that you might have. Perhaps you want to ask me something personal. Perhaps you have a question about ladies navigating their way in the bush. But yes, this is a very strange bird. They literally just chill like this the whole day around the waterhole, and then generally as soon as it becomes late afternoon they take off. It's been fairly interesting watching it in the afternoons as well, and sort of just seeing their movement and if it changes day by day with regards to them leaving the waterhole. But for the most part, it's more or less been the same. Oh, we got some wild beasties. Lovely. I'm sure there must be some females amongst you, which will mean some little ones. But we always need the males too when it comes to reproduction, when it comes to protection. When I say we, I'm talking about the animals now. I think this is going to be very random. I'm only thinking of it now. This is going to be very, as I say, random to talk about at the end of the show. But one of the questions I got the most, speaking of questions, is, as a female guide, how do you navigate your love life in the bush? Because of course we are talking about the male and the females that do meet each other in the wild. But that is, I don't know, that was a big fascination. I think apart from, is a zebra black with white stripes or white with black stripes? That is probably the question I got the second most whilst working in the bush. And the answer to that is, I think everyone probably has their own answer, each naturalist that you will ask. But for me personally, the case eventually became is that you spend so much time with your colleagues, you don't get out much. So unless you've got a long distance relationship, or perhaps you fall in love with a guest. I've got friends that has actually happened to. For the most part, eventually people fall in love with their colleagues and they start dating and they get married and they have children. That is the case with so many of my former colleagues and friends. But in general, it's quite difficult, I'm not going to lie. It's not like you as a female naturalist can just give off your scent of estrus and hopefully a man tracks you down. That is not at all the case. But luckily that also didn't happen with me. I'm not very keen on having offspring. But then I eventually navigated my way through life and eventually found my better half in the city. Can you believe it? After being 11 or 12 years in the bush, I had to come back home to find him. Quite ironic. VK, good afternoon. You would like to know, why aren't these storks bothered by the animals? They are, believe me, it's hilarious sometimes when a few times today we did actually see quite a few dramatic animals that were sort of trying to get away from the storks. But I mean, I think it's sort of like a mutual respect. But again, it just goes to show how amazing animals are, because for me, ooh, what was that? Goodness. We've got children watching, Springbok. Can you just give us a disclaimer next time? Machtig. I don't know if those were two males that were trying to dominate each other, or if that was actually a male trying to mount the female. But for the most part, the animals respect each other and they know. But it's interesting when you look at animals. I mean, I've seen many an impala herd that as soon as they spot vultures, they freak out. They immediately become very alert. They move deeper into the bush. How do these animals know that these storks are perfectly fine? It's interesting when there's a jackal, for instance, a black-backed jackal, like we saw yesterday, that comes. They'll sort of make way, but they are still not frightened, which probably... they probably don't think it's a threat. However, these storks are significantly smaller than a marabou stork, And I remember last year I did a blog on a marabou stork that was caught by a jackal. And the jackal literally actually swam off after it, goodness, into the water and caught it. So it's definitely possible, but I find personally, I don't know if any of you will agree with me on this, but I find personally the animals out here are even more relaxed than the animals that we see in some of the other areas. And again, it's interesting because you would think, they are much more vulnerable here, but perhaps it's safer. Where you've got this vast open area, you can rather see a predator coming from afar. I don't know, that is just my take. But all of the animals really do respect each other, give each other space. When the elephants come, there's that form of respect of, hoo-hoo, big animal, let's just give it some space, make way a little bit. Not a, the elephant's going to eat me, I need to move away. It's just literally, excuse me, sorry, yes sir, you can go first, thank you, we will wait. And it's just incredible to think that, yes, we've had 4 days now where in general, we've seen the storks, the springbok, the zebras, the wildebeest, and elephants here and there, but every single day is different. The elephants arrive at a different time, they stay for different lengths of time. The storks really, with the storks it's hilarious. One day they choose this side, the next day they choose the other side. I also wonder what determines that. How do they decide how they spread out around the waterhole during the day? And we get to be a part of it. Every single day we get to make history with all of these animals. Eagle lover, you are saying that there are so many animals here, and yet the lions are not hunting them. Indeed, eagle lover, it's I too have been wondering about this. I've been jokingly saying as well that, you know, every single day I send the predators screenshots of the whole menu that was available for that day. The storks, the springbok, the zebra, the wildebeest. I'm being very nasty now, but yes, you would definitely think that with all of this food around, how can there be no predators? However, I think there is still, because as I mentioned, the elephant herds, the ones with the babies and a lot of the members in the herd, they have been moving around the park due to water and food resources. So perhaps it's the same with the lions. However, as it becomes drier, more and more animals are going to be coming here, and I do believe that that is when we'll, hopefully, fingers crossed, hair braided, we will see our first leopard as well. But you would think, right, eagle lover? So much food around, so many options, and yet nada. But it's also hot. Remember, this is a very, very hot and humid location. And being out in the open like this, there's not a lot of shade for the lions, the leopards, anything that comes around. Apart from the leadwood we've got on the left-hand side. And then those small tree lines. Apart from that, you have to go to the actual big tree line that surrounds this area for actual shade. I mean, the one time that we did have a rather lengthy stay from the lions, we saw them in the morning, they were moving around. They attempted to make a hunt, however they were not very strategic about it. And then they just headed off into that small tree line that's just to the left, just to the right of the leadwood tree. And they stayed there the whole day. They even had giraffes, zebras, everything walking right past them, and still nothing. So I think there really are a lot of things to take into consideration, but if you think about it, it's impressive that lions can actually survive out here. I always think about the lions in the Kalahari as well. How impressive is that? I mean, it's literally a desert. And the animals are like, cool. If this is what we have to work with, then we'll make it work. But hopefully, eagle lover, I do believe within the next month or two, we'll probably get some more activity. So as I've been saying the whole day, it is International Women's Day, which means today's the day for Safari Sisters. So of course we'll be featuring a lot of our female naturalists today on safari, including myself on Sunset Drive. So please do join us for that. We'll be chatting and answering your questions about females in the wild. Not just the lesser spotted Homo sapiens, but also the animals and the importance that they, of course, have out in the wild. So please do join us for that. We cannot wait to hear your questions and your comments and everything. And then, of course, today, this evening, the 8th of March, it will be an Ask Me Anything with Jamie Patterson, and that will be happening at 8 p.m. Central African Time. and that will all be to celebrate the ladies of Wild Earth today on International Women's Day. And again, it's for the animals, it's for the naturalists, but it's also for our wonderful producers, directors, tech team, IT. And gentlemen, again, you are just being left out today, but please know that we do still love you. Now, of course, we want to hear from you today as well. If you have any questions for us or comments, I really am looking forward to Sunset Safari a lot. I think it's going to be an interesting one.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
If you've got any last minute questions for me, do send them through now. We've got a little bit of time left on Escape to Nature, and then after that you can always stay tuned if you do just want to immerse yourselves a little bit more with nature and learn about the animals and their behaviors. And then we will have Sunset Safari, which I'm very excited for. I hope all of you are as well. And I hope you will definitely be joining us this afternoon. Alyssa, you've got the same name as one of my sisters, the one that's a lawyer. You're saying thanks for all of these wonderful sightings. Thank you. I wish I could take credit. Really, I do, but it is just a case of being patient and waiting for the animals. So you are very welcome. But it is mostly thanks to the animals and of course thanks to water, Mother Nature. That is something I've actually been wondering about the whole day. Why do we call it Mother Nature? Why is it a female? I will let you ponder a little bit about that. I don't know, I'm just asking. That is not a quiz or question, that is literally... I've been wondering about that all day. But you are so welcome, Alyssa, and thank all of you. Thank you for your questions, your comments, your suggestions, all of your jokes. I really appreciate all of you so much. And not just the women, gentlemen, I appreciate all of you so much. And so does Cedric and Igor, and so does Nick. You guys really do make our day when you get in touch with us, when you spend some time with us. And really just when you humour us. But it has been a phenomenal day. At least we got to see one elephant here. I suspect there will be probably more coming. The other two gentlemen that generally comes a little bit later. They'll probably also make a turn today. Or you never know. Perhaps we get some elephants in Juma. Another one of those whirlwinds. Goodness. Well, I'm glad I'm not here now. I wonder if the animals ever get caught up in something like that here. Because as it gets drier and drier and more humid, it will actually start happening more frequently. So it's going to be interesting to be observing that as well. But as always, it has been a wonderful journey and spending some time with you today on Escape to Nature. Thank you so much for getting in touch with us, all of your questions, your comments, everything. We really appreciate it so much. And we hope to see you again tomorrow. But also do stay tuned for Just Nature after this. And of course later on, Sunset Safari. It is International Women's Day, so we will be celebrating the ladies today, the naturalists, of course, and the animals. But we look forward to spending some time with you again later this afternoon. I hope you have a beautiful, beautiful day. And again, happy International Women's Day.